I'm here to tell you, folks, the world has fallen. The world, fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? Not. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. Again, understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give.
And I'm always arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I don't know how this stream will go. We're mad at the Streamlabs bot. We're calling it a clanker now. I don't know how the stream will go numbers wise or chat wise or whatever, doing it in such a early part of the day. But we'll see. If it does well, along with, I mean, like, because yesterday's stream was early, but that was with Liquid Zulu. So, I mean, I kind of expected it to do fine. I mean, it's kind of what you guys want. A lot of you guys anyways. Significant portion of the audience wants super nerdy chats, and this one's similar. But if they keep going well, then like maybe weekends I don't have the kids, I'll do earlier streams for like the Aussies and the Euros and all that other stuff. I'm still gonna shit as much as I possibly can on okay, why is my hand over top of that, but not over top of this? What is... Whoopsie. There we go. Oh, no, then my shoulder cuts it off. Okay, that's why I did that. I'm still going to talk shit on UK. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you. Do you call it a clanker with a hard R or a soft A? Oh, no, we're not doing that discourse, okay? It's clanker, hard R every time. Better question, why does your hand have black fingernails? This hand has black fingernails because my daughter painted my nails when I painted hers for school because she started school this week. And I just like, I'm not into the dating market enough to be like super concerned and need to clean it off. I make her do it in black though, because it's the only one I can get away with without immediately having to be like, okay, I have to clean this shit off. like I can walk around with black fingernails and nobody's like, ew, gay. Like, but if I do that with like her colors, which were pink and silver with like sparkles, like glitter, so like I don't think I can pull that off. I can pull off the black and be like, whatever, I'll clean it. I need to get acetone because all I have is like that shit I use on her fingers, which is like it's got a little picture of a pig on it, and it's like less chemicals so it doesn't fuck up, but it does a shit job of getting rid of fingernail polish. You want your eldest to be a boy? Yeah, I mean, oh, yo, Peacecraft. What did he say? Peacecraft's still not coming through. Loved your recent tweet. Glad to see you finally face the truth, homie. Oh, God. Of course Peacecraft would donate me money for being racist. It's Peacecraft celebrating my embrace. It's not even really racism, but I'll read the tweet to you guys. If I can find it. Where is it? God damn, how much do I tweet? I think I tweet too much, guys. I might have lost it. Ah, here it is. This is I don't think I can go deeply into this unless I was on like fucking on like Rumble or something. So I'll just read the tweet because I was very careful to make sure the tweet was in lines of TOS. Okay, I wasn't that careful. But anyways, I said I don't feel happy about this, but it is becoming increasingly more obvious that a colorblind society is suicidal. We have to recognize reality and admit that black people, as a demographic, are a significant drain on society. This isn't hate, but facts, uncomfortable ones. We must abolish welfare and programs that incentivize breeding of lower IQ populations. This would include the whites, too, while punishing the high IQ members of the population. We need to investigate deeply why the population has such a low IQ and increased criminality. We can't just hand-wave it away as fatherlessness or culture. We need to definitively know the causes and work to rectify them. So me? Why? Because I'm part black? Guys, I'm one of the good ones. It means you got frostbite? Yeah, true. True. I have frostbite on one hand, just on the fingertips, nowhere else. Scott loves Aussie? Yeah, I'm what they like to call white passing. I'm only like fucking 13% black. It was like 12 point something percentage or whatever. All right, I'm you know, like you can, like there's definitely black in me, but both of my children are blondes. So, you know. I mean, it rounds up to 13%, but yes, that is an interesting number. Assuming that is the actual, like, demographic percentage of blacks in America. I think it's actually lower. I think there's because, like, when I worked on the census, like, so when you're on the census, here's the thing. You can just lie. You can just say whatever the fuck you want is your race or ethnicity. Like, when you're doing the census, you don't get to be like, clearly you're not that race, so I'm going to mark you down as the race you really are. Right? Yeah. So you had a black great-grandmother? Not quite. My mother's side of the family is Melungeon. So there's a lot of, like, Irish and there's a lot of like Irish and then Native American Sioux, but in my region there was none, and blacks like intermarrying since the 1700s. So it's not like I had a black great grandmother. It's like my grandma looks Native American, but like without the Asian features, right? Like she has the skin tone of like a red, to the point where she thought she was Cherokee growing up, and she's not at all. But I can't really discuss that with her too much, because like she'll just get offended. She's like, that's her identity. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. You're wrong. So yeah, I don't have like an explicitly black great grandma. I just have a bunch of dark skinned family that is mixed race and Melungeon from Appalachia on that side of my family. Scots are culturally white, but not ethnically. Kinda, yeah. Isn't the average Scottish IQ like 92 as well? I'm okay with my Native American neighbors seizing my stuff. What a gay boy. Zulus are not white. They're the least white thing on planet Earth. What do you mean Zulus are not white? How brave, how bold of you to say that Bantu speaking sub-Saharan Africans that invaded South Africa and killed Boers and killed fucking, native blacks in the region are not white. Cucked out. Who's cucked out? Cucked out to who? Be more specific with your feedback. Don't believe what they tell you. Your grandmother was Native American if she said it. No, she was Melungeon. Like it's a culture of people. It's a culture of blacks and Indians that like hid in the fucking mountains and then slowly got more and more Irish. Oh, the person giving their stuff to natives? Yeah, for sure. The only thing I'm going to give my native neighbors is a blanket. It might be cold. But anyways, hopefully this will be a fun stream. Dude, listen. White is fucking socially constructed. I know people get so triggered when they hear that word because it normally comes out of the mouths of sociologists that are fucking critical theorists, but it's just true. Like there's no fucking definitive perfect line for what is or isn't white. It changes with the culture. So ancient tribes should be able to kill anyone? No. What? That's retarded. The only people that I can tell so far that have a real claim to property in America would probably be the Cherokee in northern Georgia. Most Native American tribes were just savages that murdered each other constantly, raided villages and had, feuds and raped women and kidnapped them. Did the same thing to colonialists in areas that they hadn't settled. Like overwhelmingly, Native Americans were just savage people that have no right to property because they were constantly in violation of the non-aggression principle to the most horrific and extreme degree. And then we tell this like whitewashed, ironically using that term here, because it's really more like redwashed, a version of history that a bunch of lefty gays and fucking commies came up with of like the white man coming and subjugating and the evils of colonialism and manifest destiny. And many of those details are true. Like we were no fucking saints. We did a lot of fucked up shit, but like the story of the first Thanksgiving. It was a war treaty to kill other natives. Like one group of natives came with, and we worked with those natives. And that's the whole history of like King Philip's War until some son wanted to fucking turn on us. We even gave natives that we had treaties with, we gave them impartial courts when there was crime that had 6 native, had like I think it was like 4 natives and 6 colonists, and gave them trial by jury things like that. It's just complete nonsense. Though, northern Georgia, the Cherokee, they had houses, they had permanent property, right? They weren't migrating from place to place. They built homes, they started westernizing, and then they got a post office, and then they sued the Supreme Court for the right to their land, because Andrew Jackson wanted to take it. And then they failed because they weren't American citizens. So then two white dudes that operated the post office in Cherokee lands, they sued on the Cherokees' behalf for their property that existed in that region and for their, for their business as a mail carrier. And then they won their Supreme Court case. And then Andrew Jackson told the Supreme Court, "Well, send in your marshals." And then he forced the Cherokee to walk the Trail of Tears regardless. So the Cherokee in northern Georgia have a legitimate claim to property in northern Georgia if they can produce, the documents from their family or, some proof that that individual is the inheritor of someone else's property. I don't know that there's that many documents, but if they have any documents or proof that it belongs to them, they have every right to the land in northern Georgia. Overwhelmingly, there's some pockets in Oklahoma and other Indian territories where they settled and then their land was later taken. So this isn't just them, but overwhelmingly Native Americans have no fucking right to any land here in America. You don't get to have a right to land when you're just a bunch of murdering savages. You played the game of war and you lost. What is this? This is 13 minutes. All right. This is a lot. This is a lot for a very off-topic thing for a chit-chat here in a little while about objectivism and anarchism, but I'll give it a minute or two.
The man struck with
an outdated language. Trigger warning. This guy might say a word like savage.
The man, struck with terror and astonishment, ran towards the boat, crying out, "Here they are! Here they are!"
Oh, is this fucking, oh, this is cool. Okay, I'm going to follow this. I'm going to subscribe to this account if they have more videos like this. Because one of my favorite fucking channels is, oh God, what is the name of the channel? I can't remember the name now. What the fuck? There's another much larger channel that just does readings of a diary reading from a Napoleon soldier in this area or whatever. And there's one that they do that's really interesting, and it's like Christian missionaries in ancient China.
The hunter-gatherers of Tasmania were isolated from Australia and the rest.
Oh, this guy should not be doing the reading. At this point, just use what is it? 11 Labs. Okay, because this is bad.
Of the world for 12,000 years. Curiously, they had the most archaic.
This guy sounds like the guy in the back of the classroom that brings his own ink and quill to middle school.
Technology of any modern human culture. Even today, little is known about their beliefs, languages, or genetics. The first outsiders to meet this now extinct population was a French expedition led by explorer Marion Dufresne in 1772.
I mean, even the proper pronunciation of the French has got me a little ticked off.
His two ships were on their way to Tahiti and stopped by what was then called Van Diemen's Land in order to restock their water.
The fires and smoke that we had seen day and night informed us the country was thickly populated. As soon as we had anchored, we
Okay, I like this guy's voice, though.
Perceived about 30 men seated on the shore. The next morning, some officers, marines, and sailors landed without any opposition. The natives of the country presented themselves with good grace. The men were all armed with pointed any opposition. The natives of
Bro, what is this? What is this drawing? These guys' faces are that is that a pygmy? Why? It's a distended belly with abs and a little ghost baby back here. This is a crazy picture.
The country presented
or painting, but whatever, drawing, sketch, whatever.
Themselves with good grace.
And whoever it is, look at the feet. Look at the feet. I think this guy had a foot fetish. Look at this shit. It's like, oh yes, the beautiful arch of the of the natives, the beautiful arches.
The men were all armed with pointed sticks, and with some stones that appeared similar to axe blades. They had with them their women and their children. We tried to win them over with small gifts, but they rejected everything with
What
them,
is
their
what
women,
is, what
and
is
their children.
this?
We tried to win.
Did you bring a child with you? Did you build a child with you to fucking to fucking document the fucking first contact? Like this looks like something I would put on my fridge after my daughter drew it.
Them over with small gifts, but they rejected everything with disdain. Even
okay, that's good work. That's fucking. I want to meet. Who's this artist? This guy knows what's up.
Iron, mirrors, and pieces of cloth. After about an hour, Monsieur Marion landed. One man stepped out of the group and offered him a firebrand in order to light a little woodpile. The commander, thinking that this was a ceremony to prove his peaceful intentions, did not hesitate to light the pile, but it immediately appeared that this was all wrong and was a declaration of war. As soon as
God damn. Oh, it must be a peace offering. You have offended my tribe for taking this thing in your hand. What the fucking... Oh, my God. Jesus Christ, man.
the pile was lighted.
All right, I'm going to switch to something a little more topical. Okay, have you guys seen the fucking... This poor woman, this poor black woman thought that she was going to post something that was like going to enlighten people of this great African scholar and philosopher. And it's been going viral. And it has just been just a bombshell to the online racists. I've never seen anything like this. Woman is going to be a meme forever. Just this picture right here. It's like, Jesus Christ, why would you keep this a secret? Don't tell people this.
What if I told you that for many African societies, the concept of the future doesn't exist, and that instead of time moving forwards, time actually moves backwards? This was the work of John Mbiti, one of Kenya's and Africa's greatest philosophers, and in 1969, he wrote something that completely reimagines the way we think of African time. Mbiti says time is a two-dimensional phenomenon with a long past, vibrant present, and virtually no future. Using Swahili words,
she's like, I'm so excited to explain to you how people in Africa have no concept of maintenance or time.
He describes the two dimensions of time. The first one being sasa, the now, the recent past, and the immediate future which can be experienced. The second dimension is zamani. Zamani is the vast, endless past where all events eventually go on to live forever. But the future, in African thought, it barely exists because time is made up of events. Time has to be experienced in order to be real. So because we can't conceptualize events tied to the distant future because they haven't been experienced yet, then therefore the future cannot constitute part of time. And this is why, according to Mbiti, African languages, at least the East African Bantu languages that he studied, don't have a word to describe the distant future. In African time, according to Mbiti, events create time. Seasons, ceremonies, a conversation, those moments produce time, and people produce as much time as they need. And
I can't believe that she put this out and was like, isn't this so, she's so sweet and innocent. She thought that this was just going to be like this really interesting thing for people to engage with. And this would be a fun video, but she just proved that there's no oh God, what are the terms I'm looking for? Episodic future planning or higher cognitive function in Africa. She's just so basically African culture is shaped by their low IQ. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you poor child. That's called holding an idea in your head. That's called cognitive functioning. It was higher cognitive functioning. Technically, any thinking is cognitive functioning. But
an example that Mbiti uses from the communities that he studied is that a year is measured based on 4 seasons.
What's crazy to me is that oh God, who was it that wrote the bell curve? Not the bell curve. The guy that wrote Guns, Germs, and Steel. Got in so much troubles, in the 90s. Charles Murray wrote the bell curve. I'm trying to think. Guns, Germs, and Steel. Was that Jared Taylor? No, that wasn't Jared Taylor. Who wrote Guns, Germs, and Steel? Fuck. Jared Diamond, that's it. Jared Diamond got in so much trouble for basically just saying, yeah, like Europeans had harsh winters. They had to plan for harsh winters. They had, 4 seasons. They had, archipelagos. So they were like, they were separated from their enemies by like natural land and water barriers, but not to such an extent that it made trade unreasonably difficult, but made the ability to why is my alert box muted? Like, what is happening? Like, it used to work, and now it just fucking doesn't do text-to-speech. I have to figure this out. Anyways, I'll read it out in a second. Right, but that, like, he was basically just saying, like, yeah, like, this is the reason that whites tended to have a higher IQ and were able to, develop better. I mean, like, there's also the argument of, like, better omega 3s and things like that, and from a diet of fish and like a better diet, etc. But like, it's just an indisputable fact that Africa has a significantly lower IQ. And like, he got in so much trouble just for saying these things, but now like the left is just bragging about it at the same time that Nazis are just sitting there like, yep, see? And that's why we need to get rid of all of them. You see, due to the works of philosopher Joseph Biddy, Africans have always eaten breakfast. As breakfast exists in the infinite past, there is no reality that they have not eaten breakfast. The breakfast exists eternally. Oh, but I mean, it basically is just a breakfast question. It's fucking wild. It's wild. I didn't mean for this stream to turn into a fucking racist stream against the savages of Native Americans and why blacks have lower IQ, but I guess that fucking happens. Yeah, we need to know. We need to know what are the causes. We need to know to what extent we can reduce the impact with environmental causes. That's why I've always been continue the video. Dude, it's fucking I'm not playing 12 minutes. Like we have a chat to get into in like 25 minutes. But yeah, it's like we need to figure out what we can do to lessen this impact. Number one, we have got to get rid of welfare. Like, welfare is the most pernicious force for driving IQ down and for the collapse of the birth rate. Like, we are creating the concept of the film Idiocracy via our socialism. Like, what was the point of Idiocracy? Like, what happened in Idiocracy? What happened in Idiocracy was that intelligent, high IQ people waited to have like a kid and waited to have children, and then low IQ people bred like bunnies. Okay, well, what happens when you incentivize people that are low earners, that are non-productive with welfare? Well, you cause and then on top of that, you give them more welfare if they have children. Well, you have a governmental structure that steals from productive members of society, making family planning harder, making it more difficult to gain money and more difficult for them for capital accumulation. So you have high IQ people, they wait longer to have children. They end up doing shit like IVF, and they end up having kids when they're older, which means what? More developmental disorders, more problems, less children. And then you have lower IQ people that are incentivized to breed. We have not hit this takes multiple generations for this problem to be seen in a significant amount, but we're already seeing the IQ no longer be affected by the Flynn effect. Okay, like every decade, you're supposed to move IQ a couple of points to adjust for the fact that the average IQ has risen. We are now in a world where the average IQ is no longer rising, it's plateauing, and in some countries, it's going down. And except when you look at demographic data, what do you find? White IQ is still increasing. And that's with, right, like that's with census data, including MENA and and Hispanic whites in the white data, right? So that's Middle Eastern and North Africans. They're included in all the crime data as whites and all the IQ data as whites. Okay? And all of the Hispanics. But even with that group in, white IQ is still rising. But overall, our country's IQ is going down because we have more and more South Americans and more, it's mostly just South Americans. Like, the black population is relatively stable. I mean, it's rising slightly, but... And that's the other thing is so it's like, if we continue this experiment for another 100 years, we're going to be significantly dumber. And one of the things that, like, really scares me about that is there's two pieces of technology that I want to talk about. So there is the, like, Atticus or whatever the fuck it is. What is it? The world's first computer. Analog computer. No, not that one. Antikythera, right? So the Antikythera mechanism, which was we know was built in somewhere around 50 BCE. Okay? Or potentially 200. It's hard to, like, it's somewhere around there. It's like, last time I checked, I'd have to go dig into the research on it. But it's not that important for me to get the details right. But what is important to know is that one of the mechanisms in the Antikythera mechanism is gears that are I forget the technical engineering term, but like gears that turn one gear in one direction so that the other gear can turn in the opposing direction to, like, gain more torque and power or accuracy. We didn't invent that until the 14th century in Europe. We didn't invent that until the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. The second thing I think about is there is a inventor in ancient Greece who he invented, like, the automatic doors, right? He invented the automatic doors by, like, lighting a fire and like a water mechanism on pulleys, and he invented quite a few things. But one of the things he invented was a bronze or like a bronze alloy container with two spigots, okay, and used water and fire to then coals and fire to make the spigots spout out pressure and spin. So in ancient Greece, we invented the steam engine, and people were like, that's probably not going to be that helpful. And so there is this assumption that, like, oh, you know, if this genius doesn't... Was it ancient Rome? I thought it was Greece. Oh, it was ancient Rome, but he was in Greece. But I think of, like, these little fucking inventions that happened 1,000, 2,000 years before. Oh, it was in Alexandria. Alexandria doesn't fucking help. There are 13 Alexandrias. Is it in Egypt? Okay. It's like, how many Alexandrias were there? Hold on. I apologize. There was somewhere between 20 to 70 Alexandrias, right? Like, Greek fire is another example. Yeah. Like, there are these inventions that humans created that were just lost to fucking time because one genius created it, but the culture wasn't intellectually up to snuff to adopt that technology. And so I'm beginning to understand that it doesn't matter if we have a genius like Elon Musk who propels a bunch of other geniuses to make something cool. If the culture doesn't adopt the technology goes nowhere. And so, yes, it is true that, like, a genius can invent something and it can be world changing, but it's only world changing if it gets adopted. And if a society continues to incentivize breeding of low IQ people and refuses to recognize demographic data and actually investigate the problem and try and solve the problem, then we're going to be in a situation where we have this breakaway where there are these weird geniuses out there that are dwindling in number over time, and they're going to create things to progress humanity forward, but the population is going to be incapable of doing anything with it. We're going to have a population of people that have no word in their language for the term maintenance. Romans also had concrete that we lost for 1,000 years before. No, we didn't lose concrete. What we lost was their recipe for quicklime concrete. And we didn't like really truly figure it out until like, what is it, like 2013 or 2023 or some shit. We didn't figure out exactly, like we knew that they had self-healing concrete that we didn't understand. And now we know what it is, which is like these like broken apart chunks of like limestone that in that it's a specific formula as opposed to just random shit thrown together. And then like when you have water damage that causes the concrete to crack, that very same water makes parts of the concrete expand and then heal itself and repair itself, so that you don't get like significantly large cracks from water erosion over time. Instead, you get like these micro abrasions, and then those micro abrasions heal because like the other components in the concrete expand with the water when there's room for it to expand. But like we've had concrete for forever. We just lost the Roman recipe for self-healing concrete. A lot of inventions seem to be pieces of a larger puzzle where one man creates a piece and another figures out how to integrate it and on and on. Yeah, I mean, like, I was talking to my step-grandfather, Jimmy, about that, and he was talking about, like, you know, East Asia and like, what they excel at. And he was like, there's something about, and this is, like, I don't know if this is a racial or cultural thing or what, which is the East Asians tend to be very, at least the industrious ones, tend to be very obsessed with rigidity and with efficiency. And so what you find is that most inventions come out of the West. Most creative ideas come out of the West. And what East Asians are really good at is being able to utilize processes to make those inventions cheaper and to make them mass producible. And he was like, this is the real strength of like Japan and China in production, is that they're very good at being able to take a product that was invented in the West, make it much cheaper. And you still in the US, you streaming during daytime now? I mean, that's when I could get a chat with Michael Liebowitz, and then yesterday was Liquid Zulu, and Liquid Zulu's in the UK. But like, I might start doing some daytime streaming on the weekends that I don't have my kids. We'll see how it goes. But no, like during the week, my streams will still be like nighttime, because that's just when my audience is predominantly American. That's when Americans aren't in school or at work. But Americans also aren't at school or at work during the weekends most of the time as well. And I do have some, I think like 15% of my audience is outside of them. It's like last I checked, it was like close to 15 were in like the UK. And then there was, you know, like little errant 1% in different areas. Singapore and Hong Kong are evidence of ideology created in the West and then put in Asia. Yeah, true. The weakness of the East Asians was that for a long time, the tallest grass got cut. So if you become famous, you did not survive long. I mean, that's still kind of true in China, right? Like, I mean, not kind of, is true. I mean, they had a billionaire in China, and then they sent him to a re-education camp, and now he's just like a humble guy that rides on his bicycle, and he smiles and waves for the propaganda films to prove that re-education works. But remember, guys, the Chinese prison population is actually much lower per capita than America, so long as you don't count the Uyghur Muslims, so long as you don't count the 1 to 3 million Uyghur Muslims in prison, and so long as you don't count the re-education camps, because they're not re-education camps since 2013, they are voluntary vocational training facilities. Their words, not mine. It just reminds me of being in the Army and being like, oh, we need 2 volunteers for this. Scott, you're doing this. Oh, I guess I just got voluntold. We'll have to see what happens with Singapore, because they had a king and now they have like a council, and it's like, I don't know how that's going to work. As of right now, they are still very economically free with a lot of social control, but China has a lot of influence and things are changing, so who knows? Hey, Casimir. Yeah, so if you guys have people that you want me to reach out to interview and stuff, that'd be great. I have a person that I really want to interview, and like they just kind of left on red now after they were like, yes, let's schedule something. That happens to me a lot. I get a lot of like left on red or like just completely ignore. I don't have a manager. And that seems to be the way that most of the famous political pundits are. Bro think China is the enemy. Spoken like a true fascist. It's so funny. Slopezope always manages to come in like at the wrong time. Like we just got done with 20 minutes. Molyneux win? Who knows? I'll be your manager? No, like these people are represented by a company. And a lot of the times they don't pay that company to represent them. Instead, they get paid to be represented. And the reason they get paid to be represented, you're like, well, how do they make money? Well, it's really fucking simple. They get money from NGOs, political activist organizations. Like I know, for example, Kyla, Not So Erudite. I know she has a manager, and she's talked about it before in the past. I'm betting she probably doesn't pay her manager. I'm betting her manager gets paid from organizations and NGOs and things like that to push, liberal philosophy and liberal, politics onto streams. And that's how you get on big shows over and over again. Right? Like I fucking destroyed counterpoints in my debate on Tim Pool. I've reached out to go back on Tim Pool. I'm a 3-hour drive away. I've told them, hey, if somebody cancels, I can be there. Nothing. Crickets. Meanwhile, Counterpoints gets on Tim Pool a second time. Counterpoints got paid to go to Tim Pool. I did it for free. Well, why did Counterpoints get paid? Because his firm in DC paid him. According to, like he told me, he was like, yeah, it's like $4,000. So he got like $4,000 to come on to Tim Pool. At least that's what he told me. He could be lying, right? But he got paid $4,000 to go on Tim Pool, to get destroyed by me, to then get invited again, even though Tim Pool's entire audience hates him. And it's not like I'm saying Tim Pool's a sellout piece of, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when you have a firm that represents you and has professional employees that have all these connections and networks with other people's firms that represent them and do scheduling, getting on a show is just your guy calling someone else's guy, and that's what they do for a living, and they keep those lines of communication open. Whereas me getting on a show means tweeting at somebody or DMing somebody into the void, and I get put in with 10,000 other bots that are trying to get onto their program. Unfortunately, I don't have, the politics that gets me a good manager. How much money are you going to need for a manager? I don't know. I mean, it would need to be like, I would need to be like a firm of some type. Tim Pool doesn't have an ideology. He's just there to speak louder than his guests. Everyone has some ideology, but I don't think his is concrete. I think his is vibes based, like most people in America today. And I think he adequately represents normie conservatives right now. I don't know how long that's going to last with the breakaway, right? Where you have boomer and Gen X conservatives that are kind of, and to an extent millennials that are kind of like this old guard of conservatism. Millennials are mostly just confused, right? But like Gen Z, they just grew up with people and trying to indoctrinate them into being evil. And like they have no experience or understanding of why that is even a thing. Right? So it's just like they're going fascist. And it's like, I mean, that's what you get. That's what you get when you try and propagandize and create racial hatred and refuse to engage in reality and, you know, do everything you can to fuck over a generation, steal all of their wealth. I mean, as rough as millennials have had it from boomers and Gen X stealing from us, Gen Z has it worse. Gen Z rejects the anti-China propaganda. If you think China is a good country, like, you're retarded. But I mean, most of Gen Z is also retarded, so there's that. It's just, it is what it is. You know, like, Gen Z's understanding of political philosophy is probably the worst out of any group, except maybe the boomers. Gen Z eats up pro-China propaganda. Dude, I see it all the time. I like Gen Z love a fucking, you know, downtown Xinjiang, you know, look at all these LED lights on big buildings. Oh, fucking China's so beautiful. Gross. China doesn't run our banking system. Saying things China doesn't do doesn't make China good. Like, what are you talking about? It's so silly. China never called me anti-Semitic? Yes, they did. China fucking intentionally, like, tried to fucking shame the U.S. at multiple different functions and talk about how we're racist and evil. And they not because they're woke, but because they knew that it was a weakness of America that they could try and cause political strife in America because they want America to collapse. They don't. So they, like, called us, like, racist and said our cops are always beating up black people and that we are, you know, we have all of these racist ideologies and we have anti-Semites. Like, yes, they do. Dude, like, keep strawmanning. Slobozope, shut the fuck up. You have no ability to come in here and talk about fucking logical fallacies. Dude, like those China robot videos, they're literally worse than Boston Dynamic initial prototypes, but Gen Z eats the slop. My favorite is like when China will just fake shit. They fake shit constantly. They fake their numbers, and then they'll put out videos and they'll be like, we have Chinese robot women. And then you're like, those are just models. What are you talking about? And then they're like, what? It was a joke. Like, oh, we got caught. I mean, that was a TV ad. Was that China? I thought that was Japan. The washing machine ad for, like, laundry detergent. I'm pretty sure that was Japan or, like, Singapore or some shit. I don't think that was China. Oh no, it is China. Okay. I you know, you got me. I thought that was another country, but I'm wrong. No, China is taking all the territorial waters of its neighbors and ramming Filipino warships on the regular. Yeah. China's fucking evil. That doesn't mean that they're the biggest threat to us right now. Maybe I'll move to Japan and find a Japanese trad wife. You better get in quick, because Japan is about to be sick of fucking immigrants. I foresee one of two things. I mean, either Japan just follows the rest of the West and collapses, or Japan's gonna get pissed again and like just start kicking out immigrants. Yeah, hold on, pause. What is this? 34 concurrent viewers, 9 likes. Guys, like, share, subscribe to the channel. Those things are free. It's just a button. Follow me on Twitter if you want to see some base takes and some shower thoughts. Join the Discord if you want the go live notifications, because that's the only way you can ensure you get them. And last but not least, If you guys want to help out the stream with more than that, you can donate money. I got war bonds right here. You can become a member and get cool, get some emotes. It's nothing crazy. It's just a way to support the channel for $3.99 a month. And I don't even think it auto bills like Twitch, but I have to check on that to see if that, because that might be a settings-based thing for each person. Also, if you have your credit card information in, they won't demand your driver's license. Yay, YouTube. And lastly, if you find a clip that you want me to turn into a short, if you're in the Discord, all you have to do is click that little scissor button at the bottom right corner, make a clip, and then put it in the stream clips. And when I get around to it, if they're good, then I'll turn them into YouTube shorts, and that helps the channel get more views and get more people in here, and it doesn't cost you any money, just a little bit of time. Especially if you think that there's something that you particularly want to see get spread out there or you thought was funny. They'll be fine. They already know how fragile their demographics are. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is, like, I think Japan might be the only country to be like, nope, we're locking this shit down. We have quotas based on race. Because, like, they're pretty racist. We'll see what happens. Sword of the Demon Hunter, Kaijin Ginto show. Have you seen it yet? 9.5 out of 10 show after episode 2. No, I haven't seen it. I mostly read manhwa these days. I don't even read a lot of manga. But I will write that down next time I'm like eating dinner or something and I just want some dumb shit on my second monitor. I'll check it out. Not to say that the show is dumb shit. I just mean like I'm not listening to some political philosophy or some shit. All right, what time is it? It is okay. I gotta switch off my camera and then hop in here, and we'll get this party started. All right, boys, we're going to start in just a second. Let me put out the notification in the Discord, and we'll get going. Super excited about this, boys. Cut off this music. And let's go.
What's happening?
Hey, Michael, what do you prefer?
I don't give a damn.
All right, fair enough. Well, I know like when people call me like by like a nickname, like so I haven't so my first name is also Michael, right? I'm doxing myself a little bit, but like anybody that's ever donated to my PayPal in the early days knows that that's already like kind of well known. And Michael Scott is the most common fucking name on the planet, so we're good. But like I always love it like when like a telemarketer calls me, because I don't go by Michael at all. I go by Scott, or sometimes I go by my middle name, which I'm not telling you guys. And like so I just like, because I was in the Army, so like I got used to going by my last name. But I love when like a telemarketer calls me and they're like, "Hey, Mike," and I'm like, you clearly don't know me. Like, what do you want?
I screw with those guys when they call me. Like, yeah, I don't know. You may be a little young to remember the Jerky Boys.
But, I remember the Jerky Boys. I do remember the Jerky Boys. I'm 34, but there was like a thing my dad was into.
Oh, yeah. I go full out into that when they call me. And I'm like, what's happening, Rubberneck? Maybe you come on over. I'm having this silly little party. We're going to get hammered. You want to come over? And I end up getting to hang up.
The only one I remember is like that. They did one where it was like some dude, I don't know if he was pretending to be trans or something, but he was like, "I slapped my ass. I slapped my ass." 34, yeah, but anyways, it's over. Oh my, I hate my Gen Z audience.
Listen, hello. Michael, Mike, I've been called Michael, Mike, Lieb, Lieby, Lebo, so whatever. It doesn't really matter to me.
Mr.
How come I can't see the comments? I'm not allowed to see them?
I'm not streaming through StreamYard. I'm streaming on YouTube.
Ah, okay, I see.
I just use StreamYard because it's an easy program that it's plug and play that most people are familiar with. But yeah, I'm using like OBS and then just sharing my screen and then streaming through. So if you go to Fabian Liberty on YouTube, that's where the comments will be.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I can just whatever. We'll get into it. So I'm super excited for this conversation, because I am an anarchist. I am an ANCAP, but I am a theorist in my heart, even if I'm not quite there in my mind. And so much of the liberty movement is, from the libertarian perspective, are libertine people that have no concept of the theory whatsoever, but latched onto a name that allows them to get clout and allows them to, be based, especially since COVID. And on the flip side, I've always had a deep respect, even before I, dug more into objectivist philosophy and started realizing that it was right, for objectivists. But there are a lot of people in the objectivist crowd that are very antagonistic to anybody that is not an objectivist, right? You go into like an objectivist Discord and they're like, now we're going to give you a struggle session to make sure you have the right opinions before you're allowed to be here. And they gatekeep maybe a little too much or whatever. And I've heard from a lot of people that like you're a great conversationalist and that you kind of understand both of these domains very well. And that like, if there's someone to talk about, possible alliances or blending or just, our disagreements, that like you're the guy to get in to talk to that isn't going to be a screaming match, but it's going to be a genuine look at the philosophy and what we need going forward as a society, as a culture, as a people, whatever word you want to use. And so I'm super excited for this talk. And so to everyone here, this is Michael Liebowitz. And, could you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your story? And
I'm just a little disappointed. Am I to understand I'm not allowed to scream?
You can scream.
Okay, just because I have to make sure at every show I go on, I'm allowed to scream if I so get the desire.
Be like a feminist right now and just get it out because it's a part
whatever
of
I want. Like what's that guy?
Just,
Jacob. I can't remember.
Yeah,
there's like a primal scream theory in psychology. So maybe we can get into that. But no, I host a podcast called The Rational Egoist. I also co-host a show called The Capitalist Corner that's on every day from noon to 1 o'clock. I'm the vice chairperson for the American Capitalist Party. And I'm looking forward to this discussion. The only thing I would say about the Discord and the objectivists is I don't know who the people are that you're referring to. So I don't know that they're even actually objectivists. I mean, I see a lot of stuff. I see a lot of stuff online. I'm actually arguing with a bunch of guys online right now that I like. I like them all. A lot of, I'll mention them all, but a lot of them. But they claim to be objectivists and they're just not. And so I don't know who the folks are that you're getting into the Discords with.
Well, yeah, it has been my general experience that, for good reason, I would say, that objectivists are very much wary of libertarians in general.
Oh, sure, that I would agree with. Yeah,
and more so even than they would be with a communist, right? Because with a communist, okay, I hate you, you hate me, we have two opposing ideologies, let's have a conversation everyone understands. And whereas I think objectivists rightly fear the watering down of their own philosophical message if they're not careful about gatekeeping their ideas from this big tent libertarian area. And so you're often met with a lot of resistance when you try and speak to most objectivists, I would say, in that domain.
Sure. So there's an essay, or maybe it's taken from a book. I don't know. I read it in a book, but it's by Peter Schwartz, called Libertarianism as the Perversion of Liberty. Mm-hmm. And he really goes after Rothbard and anarchists. And Ayn Rand despised libertarians, called them hippies of the right. I think she referred to it as a mongrel philosophy. Now, for 20 years, maybe a little more, despite being an objectivist, I also called myself a libertarian. I thought that the objectivists who were so opposed to it were just too much. I thought they were just wrong. And, I was in prison. I'd served 25 years in prison. We didn't get into that, but, if people know me, they know it. But And when I got out of
for armed robbery, correct?
No. There's so much. I mean, if you want to talk about that, we can, but that's going to take.
I tried to look it up, and I couldn't. Everywhere I look, because I was trying to, make sure I did my due diligence when I have someone on that I know what's going on.
Sure.
And I found one court case in 2001 for that.
Okay, so
I thought that was you. My bad.
What you read into what you're probably referring to is in 2001, I lost an appeal. So you're probably reading the appellate decision from my case that happened in 1997. And you probably saw that what I was convicted of was conspiracy and accessory to burglary in the first degree.
Yes.
That's what I got the most time for. Now, when people hear that, they assume robbery or theft of some sort. What I might as well just explain it. So
I'm sorry to make you relive the trauma.
No. I don't care. But I share it all the time. It doesn't matter. It's just that I find that people woefully, but let me just put it out, they lie about what happened. They lie about what I was in jail for. As if what I did wasn't bad enough, they feel the need to embellish to try to discredit me. And my thinking is, if the best you have against my character is something I did when I was 21 years old, that's 28 years ago, something for which the victim of the crime has forgiven me, is my good friend. Her mother's a friend of mine. Her sister's a friend of mine. So if some rando on the internet thinks he's going to lie about it, and whatever, I'm open about it. So I was a criminal. There's no getting around it. And this crime that you're talking about isn't the only one. I sold drugs. I carried guns. I've shot at people. I've had a lot of serious things going on. So I ended up in prison. Some of my charges, I had possession of heroin with intent to sell, possession of crack cocaine with intent to sell. I had 3 second-degree assaults, carrying a gun without a permit. I got convicted of. But this case in particular, I had a girlfriend, and she and I broke up, and I had a long, how do I put this? A long series of altercations with friends of hers. And my jealousy, yes, was a part of it, huge part, but there was also a back and forth. It wasn't like you just had a group of kids that I was harassing because of my jealousy. I mean, they would call me, we'd meet, we'd fight, that sort of thing. So it ends up culminating. She has a boyfriend. She lives with this boyfriend. And I arranged for my friends to go over the house and beat the dude up. So I had a conversation with them. Listen, this is what you're going to do. You're going to go over there. You're going to knock on the door. The kid's going to come outside. You're going to beat him up. Right. And I also said, under no circumstances is the girl to get harmed. That's what I told them. Now, that was at the beginning of the day. Throughout the course of the night, we're drinking, we're getting drunk, and I ended up, we went in separate cars. I wasn't going to be there because I didn't want anyone recognizing me. So we went in separate cars. And while I was in the car with the one guy, I gave him a knife. I don't remember the conversation. I mean, I can probably piece it back together, but I really don't remember it. And the reason I don't remember it is simple. It was 28 years ago. I was hammered out of my mind, and I was detoxing off of methadone. So to think that I'm going to remember a conversation that took place when I was heightened emotionally and everything else, I do know that I gave him a knife. Okay. So I go home, and they break into the house. And the kid, he stabs the guy 4 times. By mistake, the girl's in bed with him, so he cut her leg. I don't want to minimize it, but I wouldn't call it a stab. You know what I mean? It's like a sort of a cut across her leg.
Yeah.
And so I got arrested for that. I got 27 years for it. I served 25 years in prison for it, and I get out. Now, what I say people lie about is you'll have people come on the internet and say, I tried to kill my ex-girlfriend. No, I didn't. That's not true. That's a fabrication. I did try to have a young man very seriously injured, right? And that's horrible.
Yeah. It's a horrible
thing.
Bad.
Yeah, it's terrible, right? But they'll say, oh, you tried to kill him. Well, no, I didn't. That's just not true. So it puts me in this awkward position, right? Do I end up arguing with them about, no, you're just wrong. That's not what I did. I didn't try to kill him. I just wanted to have him hurt badly. You know what I mean? And then I just look like a dick. But at the same time, you're just lying.
As one does when they have a bunch of their boys jump a guy.
Yeah, of course.
You give them a knife. I mean,
of course.
You were a dick.
I was beyond a dick then, but I'm talking about what I am now. But at the same time, I spent 25 years in prison. I put in an astronomical amount of effort to reform my character. I don't violate people's rights. I don't lie. I don't manipulate. I don't steal. So I can't go back and change what I did 28 years ago. It's not possible. You know what I mean? Like I said, the girl in question is my friend. We are friends to this day. Her mother is a friend of mine. And my thing is, I have her forgiveness. The rando on the internet, they think they're going to get to me by posting my case. I've posted it. So, whatever. So that's that. Now, back to my original point.
Yeah.
So while I'm in prison,
I didn't mean to make you go in that whole thing. I was just curious about your story, and I got a lot of conflicting bullshit. And the only case I could find was that appellate case, which was conspiracy to commit, well,
the thing was this. So okay, you have to. Let me just finish this out. So there were 9 charges originally when I went to trial. Right. So some of the charges were there was conspiracy and accessory to assault in the first degree because of the stabbing. Right. Then there was the conspiracy and accessory to burglary in the first degree because they entered the house without it being lawful.
Yeah.
Okay. What they could prove, what the people testified to, was that I arranged for them to go in the house and beat the kid up. They could not establish, and I don't think they could establish it even now because I'm not even certain of it. God, maybe I am. I don't fucking know. But anyways, they couldn't prove that I had the dude go in there to stab the kid, right? So I was acquitted of that. When they sentenced me, though, they sentenced me as if I was guilty of everything.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly aside, obviously I have, my run-ins with the law have been very, very minuscule, mostly just from being homeless and poor and being in like an area and being driven out and things like that. But, I told you before, because we spoke a little bit, off camera, and I told you before, I was kind of like, I was a communist as a teenager, right? And so if they can forgive you for going to prison, hopefully they can forgive me for the crime of having a bad ideology. But one of the kind of the 3 big things that happened in my life, that made me kind of like where I was kind of doomed to be an anarchist or a communist of some variety, was that my great, I guess would technically be great uncle, which sounds older than it is because there's no grand uncle, right? He was addicted to crack cocaine in Memphis, Tennessee. And he was a violent person, right? He deserves prison for sure. And he got into an altercation with his then girlfriend over drugs. And they got into a fight. And he was stabbed multiple times, and then she was stabbed. He stabbed her in fighting against her, because she was stabbing him. And so, the family is like, okay, well, what's going on? As we're going through the court, what I saw occur was a judge that was up for re-election in Memphis, Tennessee, of a white man stabbing a black woman and killing her. And so it was inadmissible in court, was witness testimony from a previous ex-boyfriend who had also been stabbed by her. Her criminal record was inadmissible in court. The fact that she was schizophrenic and the toxicology report showed that she was off of her medication was inadmissible in court. The only thing they wanted in court was that a white man in a fit of rage stabbed a black woman in Tennessee, and I'm going to be tough on crime. So he got life in prison with no parole. And now he's in prison. He's in a white supremacist gang now, which is hilarious. I mean, not hilarious. It's dark.
No,
but
the guy dated a black woman.
Right. But well, that was mostly who he dated. And he has a mixed child that my grandmother is raising without him. And also he's dying of a pretty bad case of AIDS in prison. And like, that was one of those things, like like there is a severe difference between the judicial system abstract in America and news stories and like kind of experiencing it. And I don't want to like one up, I'm not trying to or anything, to say that like, but like we're the same or something. I totally understand your situation is different, and in many ways you deserved it. He deserved it as well. But watching a judge not handle law because of a sense of justice, or a sense of property rights, or a sense of correcting through restitution or rehabilitation or whatever other R word you want to use, but instead based upon politics and based upon elections and hiding evidence and things like that, that fucking burned me. Really, like it was like that burned into my mind forever, to watch the criminal justice system be anything but justice. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to claim either he or you don't deserve time in prison, but
I know what you mean.
But that system is a brutal machine that is full of lies and injustice and inefficiencies. And I think that I don't think I would be a libertarian or an anarchist, an ANCAP, obsessed with legal theory if that didn't occur in my life and in my family.
Yeah, and so what you just pointed out is something that I often struggle with, is because I'm a truth teller, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes telling the truth, like if I talk about the corruption of the criminal justice system, then people will say to me, oh, so you're saying you didn't deserve to be in prison? No, I deserve to be in prison. Or if somebody asked me about my childhood, it wasn't great. I'm still responsible for my conduct. But if you're asking me for the truth of what my life has been, what am I supposed to do? Say, yes, I was raised with a mother and father, a picket fence, and a nice little Cocker Spaniel. You know what I mean? I wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
So when you talk about the criminal justice system, I was guilty as hell. I went to trial, and every cop that took the stand lied. Right? One guy got on the stand, the cop, and said that he told me I could call my lawyer, and he handed me a handful of quarters to make all the calls I wanted. It didn't happen. Why he felt the need to lie about that, I don't know.
Because you're a criminal. That's it. You're another.
The other, I mean, it was ridiculous. So I get what you're saying, and it makes it tough because you're not trying to absolve anybody, because two things can be true. I was a horrible, violent criminal, and the cops were liars who betrayed their duty.
Someone asked if the cop was angry cop.
I don't know what he was, but he was lying cop. I know that. but I was guilty. And I think they knew they were going to have a tough time proving it because of the nature of the facts involved. So that's the thing. But anyway, so in prison, I study objectivism. I study libertarianism. I mean, I've read so much libertarian and objectivist stuff. It's, it's pretty mind blowing when I look back on it. So, but my thing was, I thought objectivists were overdoing their hatred for libertarians. And I figured I could get out and I could bring all these groups together. Now, you have to understand that everything.
That's a naive thought.
But yes, and it's naive because all of my experience was
in literature. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've never actually experienced it. So when I'm reading libertarians, I'm reading von Mises, I'm reading Hayek, Milton Friedman, Frederick Bastiat, the Reason magazine, the Foundation for Economic Education stuff. I had Liberty magazine. I read Rothbard. And I understood that Rothbard was different from Rand in what they were talking about, but I didn't understand how much they actually hated each other, what the fallout was. I never read the sociology of the Ayn Rand cult. You know what I mean? So, so I get out of prison and I say, okay. And now I had a good friend of mine who he's not a host anymore, but he was the host of a very popular talk show, the most popular political talk show in Connecticut, Todd Feinberg. And I was a regular guest on his show. And he was talking about starting a new political party. And so somebody comes along and says, well, why don't you just join the Libertarian Party? So Todd approaches the Libertarian Party of Connecticut and proposes they take me as their speaker, as somebody that's a very effective communicator and can debate these ideas very well. So they interviewed me and they took me on, and I was their spokesman. And Todd also told me, even though I did not want to get on social media, he said, listen, if you're going to promote your podcast, you have to be on social media. There's no getting around it. You have to do it. So I did. And he's right. And social media is a cesspool, right? But there are good people on social media. I have had very good conversations on social media. I've also had people tell me that I should be killed and, all that kind of stuff, and try to point out, oh, this is what he did. Go get him.
You're preaching to the choir, sir.
Right. Yeah. So anyways, while I was looking on, one day on Facebook, I came across the Alabama Mises Caucus praising the Unabomber. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I went to the chairperson of the Connecticut Libertarian Party, and I said, listen, I don't want to be associated with this. I understand it's a different state, but they're called the Libertarian Party, right? I want to make a statement because I wasn't a normal libertarian in terms of my access to the press, right? I had written a book. I had been on multiple radio shows. I was a regular guest on a radio show for 5 years. I've had stories feature me in multiple newspapers. When I called the Hartford Courant and I said, listen, you should interview me about doing about becoming the Libertarian Party spokesman, they interviewed me. Right. So I said, I don't want to be associated with the Alabama Mises Caucus. I want to make a statement that says we disavow that. And they said, no, we don't do that. And I was very, taken aback by that. Then I came across the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire, and you already know the garbage that comes out of there. And one of them was a picture of Israeli hostages being released by Hamas. And the caption said, I wish my girlfriend looked at me the way those hostages look at the Hamas terrorists. And I'm just like, I can't be associated with this shit.
When was this? How long ago was this? I'm just curious. Timeline.
It must have been 2023. I got out in November 2022, so it must have been November 2023.
Yeah,
I mean, it must have been in 2023, not November.
Yeah, I remember. There was this kind of, more in the streaming world, because I kind of Venn diagram in between, streamers and stuff, because I occasionally go on panels with Twitch panels and things like that. And I remember, there was this weird moment where, and I think this is a more recent hostage exchange, where, they had hostages kiss the Hamas people, and they had them fawn over them. And there was this, every free Palestine bro in the space was just like, look at how much better these hostages fall in love with their captors. Oh, they're so wonderful. Remember, what was it? Hassan was glazing them and whatever. And there's this, if we're going to talk about the divide between objectivism and libertarianism that has occurred, I don't think there's been a bigger, I would say philosophically, it's intellectual property. Okay. That is the biggest hurdle between our two movements. But in pragmatics, in reality, it has been the conflict between Israel and Gaza following October 7th.
Yeah.
And that's something we have to talk about, I think.
We will, because Dave Smith's posts in the Mises Caucus, the National, everything was coming out from them was about Israel. I'm just like, why aren't we pushing for freedom in America? What is this obsession about Israel? And it just seemed to me that and this is, you said it's intellectual property, but I think it really is even deeper than that. And it comes down, I think, to ethics, where objectivism is a full philosophical system. Libertarianism is not.
Agreed.
Libertarians, I mean, there's this new movement that's trying to, justify the non-aggression principle by means of objectivism. But usually the non-aggression principle, which used to be called the non-aggression.
Knock. Hello, me.
It used to be called the non-aggression axiom, as if non-aggression was self-evident. So you don't have a broader moral theory to connect it to, and it's treated as intrinsicism, as rationalism. There's a big debate going on Twitter right now, where the question was posed: if there was an explosive on the roof that was going to kill humanity, and you had to steal a ladder to get up there and defuse the bomb, would you do it? And there's libertarian that call themselves objectivists that are saying, no, I would not violate the NAP.
That's me.
That's so not what objectivism is. You can argue, you can make your point, but that is so divorced from what objectivism is, because the point is that ethics exist in a context. And that context is that man's life is the standard of moral value. Morality is not there for us to serve as some abstraction. like it is, they're not commandments that come down from God. The purpose is in service of our life. My life is the highest value. Everything else is subservient to that. So to say that, I'm not going to steal the ladder to save my life and save humanity when I can replace the ladder afterwards. But the problem, what comes in is people jump in and say, okay, so then is it okay to kill 50 people, shoot them down or whatever to save your own life? No one actually gave that example, but that's illustrative of what I'm talking about. And what it is there's just this inability to distinguish between concretes. It's like, yes, if I run a traffic light, I'm breaking the law. If I shoot somebody in the head, I'm breaking the law. That's what the two have in common. They're both breaking the law. They're not the same. And the other day, Liquid Zulu, who you influenced yesterday, equated Meghan McCain with Adolf Hitler, because Meghan McCain advocated for wars and Adolf Hitler advocated for wars. But the two are not the same. We could argue that Meghan was wrong, and I certainly think she was, but the intention, the scope, the purpose, they're all different. And you can't just ignore those things when you're talking morality and act as if there's this intrinsicism out there.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot to get into on this. The latter scenario, I think the original scenario that was going around was, your mother is in a burning building, and, your neighbor has a ladder. Will you steal your neighbor's ladder? And your neighbor has given express lack of consent towards ladder. He's told you, this is my property. You're not allowed to touch my property. Don't touch my ladder before. Will you steal and violate the NAP, right, in order to save your mother's life in this scenario? Right. I think you've presented a new one, which is essentially like will you steal a penny to save the world? Right. It's, like, will you do the most minor, hypothetically, act of aggression in order to prevent, extreme devastation on a global scale? I agree with you to a certain extent that, there is this mentality of like, okay, Hitler advocated for war, Meghan McCain advocates for war, therefore they're both evil, therefore, they're both bad, therefore they're the same thing. I agree with you that there is a sliding scale here, especially if you are an objectivist and if you're going to claim to be an objectivist, in recognizing that mass genocide by Hitler isn't per se, can be done to a higher scale than what Meghan McCain advocates for. I don't know that there's I struggle with the logic behind, when someone is, as Meghan McCain, is advocating for the control and enslavement of the world by, a Western dominating force that uses, social media and USAID funds and things like that to topple what they consider to be regimes because they're against them, and, push forward war on a global scale, in perpetuity. That I would actually say that Meghan McCain is potentially just as evil as Hitler. But it's hard to know, right? Because you don't know the end consequences, right? Like you start getting into this butterfly effect, right? If we leave it to first order consequences, right? Like I agree with you, right? Hitler obviously did far more damage than Meghan McCain has ever done, and has advocated for far worse things, and advocated for far more illiberalism and things of that nature. But I think you start playing a dangerous game when you start trying to judge evil in the domain of, well, how evil is it? And therefore the less evil action is somehow better than the more evil action. Because at the end of the day, evil is evil. And it's actually difficult to quantify, I think, that it is, that there's some absurdity to trying to judge one evil better than another evil, because there is no metric to say that it's better or worse. It just is evil. Because once you get into that domain, especially when you say, I'll steal a ladder, right? You get into that domain of justifying evil. And so it becomes difficult to say, like, where does that logic fall apart? And you were kind of beginning to describe from your perspective where that logic falls apart by the standard of life. And I'm wondering if you want to expand upon that.
I want to expand on quite a bit. So first of all, when you talk, and this is how they talk, and I fell into this trap many, many times. So it's not like
Promise I'm not laying traps.
No. I fell into a trap that nobody set. It's a trap in viewing ethics as ethics is traditionally viewed in my culture, right? So the way we traditionally view ethics as if there's this right or wrong that's sort of out there, right? It's a religious way of looking at morality. We have the 10 Commandments, for instance. You don't do these things, and if you violate them, you're immoral. That's it. And it's a sin against morality, right? But the objectivist ethics isn't about that. It's not about any traditional concept of morality. It's about guidelines for people that we can live by. So first of all, I hate those types of hypotheticals, because I agree with Rand, and by the way, Rothbard, that this is not normal life that you're talking about. Ethics
it's a reductio ad absurdum to test your
right.
philosophy.
And we're going to say these ridiculous scenarios where the fate of the world is going to depend on me stealing a ladder. It's never going to happen. But I also agree with both Rand and Rothbard that context matters, that ethics don't exist in an absolutist vacuum where nothing affects anything else. So you have a situation here where life is the standard of value, but I'm going to sacrifice my life, give up my life or my mother's life in order to adhere to a lower order conclusion that's derived from life as the standard of value. In this case, what you would call the non-aggression principle. That's a derivative from a higher ethical value, a higher ethical standard, and I'm going to subvert the higher ethical standard in service of the lower one. Now, in terms of differentiating evil, one of the things that helps me with this a lot is my study of a criminologist named Stanton Samanow. Stanton Samanow had an incredible amount of influence on my life. He wrote a book called Inside the Criminal Mind. He wrote another book called The Myth of the Out of Character Crime. He also had a 3-volume set called The Criminal Personality, which was he and Dr. Samuel Yokelson, that was their original set. And what they warn about when they get into all the criminal thinking errors, right? They put out 52 criminal thinking errors, is they warn the average reader against what's called medical student's disease, right? Seeing yourself in every single one of these things. They said, you have to remember that criminality exists on a continuum. As personality in general does, they're coming more and more to see psychologists that traits aren't binary, that they exist on a continuum. So they would say, like, one of the characteristics of a criminal is they lie. Right. So your average person reads that and says, oh, but I lie. Yeah, you might lie sometime. The criminal lies all the time. Big difference. Right. Somebody says, well, they talk about they don't respect the property of others, but I stole a pen from work. Yeah, I'm putting guns in people's faces and taking everything they have. The two are not the same. Right. You could say, if you treat it as an abstraction called evil and just lump them all together, you miss out on all the particulars.
Yeah, I think there is
we need both. We need the abstractions and particulars.
Right. So if you read like some of the structural functionalists, right, which are the kind of the bridge between sociology and criminology, right? Like Robert Merton, for example, right? They don't use the term criminality in the same way, because they make a distinction that I think is super important here, which is the difference between criminality and deviancy, right? These are two different things, right? Stealing a pen from work is a violation of property rights. That's criminality. Deviancy is something totally different. This is a non-normative behavior of someone that has gone astray in their entire internal moral framework, right? They are a deviant. They are a separate category of human being in the way that they view and approach the world, property, etc. Right? Like we all tell white lies. No one here should ever listen to the advice of someone that says, when my wife comes up to me and says, does this dress make me look fat? And then you respond, no, the fact that you've put on 20 pounds and you can't stop shoveling food in your face makes you look fat. No, you tell your wife she looks beautiful. Huh?
I would say she looked fat.
Right. Well, that's bad advice. Okay.
I would tell.
It's bad advice. Tell that lie. I'm telling you right now to lie in this domain. All right. I'm telling you right now to violate.
I wouldn't lie.
No, you say fucking listen, or at the very least you do a lie of omission and be like, baby, you're always beautiful to me. I like the black dress better or something.
Yeah.
You don't need to fucking tell her that entire domain, right? But that's the difference between. I think this is the difference between, you know, a mindset that is focused on rational self-interest, and versus a mindset that is completely high time preference, completely giving in to hedonistic pleasure, absent any moral framework or absent any low time preference, you know, long-term thinking or the ability to engage in like goal-oriented decision making. And so like, yeah, there's a substantive difference between those. The problem I have with this is if we're going to do a reductio ad absurdum, right, to test a philosophy, I find that what it often does is it is actually just a trap for, you know, somebody called us napists, and I was like, yeah, I'll take that. I don't care, right? It's a trap, and it's a trap on multiple domains. One is it's a completely unrealistic scenario. Two, you know, let's go back to not the save a penny to steal the world or the whole world blow up, right? Let's go to the more realistic scenario that was put forward, which is burning building, your neighbor has a ladder. So first and foremost, you have to put it in this domain of your neighbor has expressly said that you can't use his ladder. Okay, well,
has that ever happened to you?
When is it? The only reason that would ever happen is if you are constantly aggressing or being a complete utter dick and piece of shit to your neighbor, right? So that's number one.
Then you're already a dick, though, right? Then you're already an immoral asshole. I've never in my life,
well, let me
had a neighbor come to me and say, "Don't use this," ever.
Right. So that's number one. Number two, let's say this scenario plays out in either way. Either A, you steal their ladder and you save your mother, or B, you say, I'm not stealing the ladder because because I don't have a right to it. It's not my property. And you know, for whatever reason, you don't own a fucking ladder, but you own a house with multiple stories. I guess you never clean your gutters in this weird fucking analogy, right? Like all of these unrealistic things, right? But let's say it happens anyways. Okay, well, you know, Hoppe often talks about, you know, the uninsurable things, right? There is a moral intuition that hopefully you're getting from objectivism, but if you're not getting from objectivism, you're probably getting from just, you know, your own values, or kind of reality is speaking through you, right? Which is, yeah, you should steal the ladder because it's your fucking mother's life, right? Where is that voice coming from? That's the voice of reality against this unrealistic scenario. So let's assume either of these things occur. Either you steal it or you don't steal it. Every fucking insurance company in ancapistan, right, is going to be immediately say, yeah, we have a new fucking policy. In the event of loss of life, you know, in order for us to ensure your rights and ensure your property, you have to be willing to your property be used, you know, in extreme cases of like loss of life. If you don't agree to that, we're not going to cover you as a client because it causes all kinds of problems in the market. It makes us look fucked up and evil. It costs us money. It's the same thing, right? Like it's the same thing as somebody that is constantly antagonizing, right? A person isn't necessarily violating the NAP, but they're constantly antagonizing people so they can like start a fight. So then they can be justified in beating the shit out of somebody, right? Like this becomes an uninsurable person. And so I disagree with the objectivists on this. I do. I disagree. I think the right answer to the reductio ad absurdum is it is wrong to steal the ladder, and attempting to justify other people's property against their will is something that goes to this that goes down this, like when we follow that down, it becomes a you know, when you say based upon my whim. Now, if you have a better position based upon the value of life, etc., we can still twist that, where the value of life can be, you know, like of a presumed future consequence, can then be used as justification for violating people's property rights, which is tied to their life and their liberty, is a really fucking dangerous road that I don't think any of us should be playing that game, and I think is just wrong. But I also think that, yeah, there's a moral intuition there that saving your dying mother is worth a lot. And it's kind of like a non-important issue because the market would resolve this anyways.
I hate these issues. I hate when they come up, and part of me wishes I would have never even answered it, because normally when people bring ridiculous hypotheticals to me, I'm just like, I'm not dealing with this. right? Because I just think that it's not. The reason I want to be ethical is not so I can solve moral conundrums on the internet, right? I want to be ethical so I can live a flourishing life. I want to have a good life. Now, I happen to like debating, but if we're going to debate, I'd rather debate how these things apply to real life. But you said something interesting. You said you disagree with the objectivists on this one. Okay. Do you disagree with the objectivist standard of morality, or do you think that I'm an objectivist are misapplying the objectivist standard of morality?
I want to be careful here because I am a neophyte, right? I want to be careful in making too harsh of a claim one way or the other. I'm not
Fair, and I respect
not as well
that.
read as other people, right? What I would say is that I don't think I disagree with the objectivist standard of morality, but I do think that the conclusions that are drawn from it are potentially incorrect from those that forsake anarcho-capitalism and forsake libertarianism for the label of objectivism, what some might call randroids. I don't like that term either, even though it does describe a certain group. It does describe a certain group of people,
but it's corny. There's a lot of that stuff.
It gets misappropriately applied to all objectivists, so I don't like the term. But that would be my answer. I want to be careful here again because I'm not the fucking genius philosopher. I am a baby at attempting philosophy. I'm a lot better than most, right? But that is my intuition, and that is my understanding thus far, is that I think the objectivists or those that adopt that label are misappropriating objectivist morality, because I think there's an error when we dig into it, which is that when you say, well, my standard is life, but I'm also working on imperfect knowledge, right? To say that violations, which is perfectly against the standard of life, right? Stealing property is without a doubt an action against the standard of life.
Against whose life?
Against the property owner's life. It is their property.
Okay. So now, we have to back up now, just a little bit. First of all, I want to just tell you, I have the highest respect for the position you took. A lot of people are afraid to take those positions. I'm not. Like, I've been in the middle of debates, and somebody will propose a scenario to me, and I'll just say, look, I've never thought about that, and I'm not prepared to give an answer. And then I get called out. You're evading. You know what I mean? No, I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend to know just for the sake of doing good TV, right? You don't know. You don't know.
I'm not here to farm W's. I'm here to have a genuine conversation. Hopefully, we both get closer to the truth.
Yes, in my view, the strongest libertarian argument ever put forth against objectivism.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been used by countless since then. Many maybe not even know that they've used it. Was put forth, and I think it's wrong. And I don't want to get into why I think it's wrong. I just want to tell you that this was the strongest one. Was put forward by Roy Childs. Are you familiar with the Roy Childs argument?
I'm familiar with Roy Childs. I'm not necessarily familiar with the specific argument you're mentioning.
Roy Childs' argument was that objectivism implies anarchism. He said, because if the initiation of force is evil, then you cannot use force to prevent anarchist protection agencies from arising. So, but all of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you get to the initiation of force is evil, is presuming the rest of the objectivist ethics and epistemology, right? I don't know if Roy Childs adhered to it. I think he did, but I'm not positive.
Well, hold on.
That's where his
hold on. That's
went.
Just to be clear, libertarians, many of them, many ANCAPs are not can very easily. You can say that they're wrong, right? And you've had this conversation as well before through argumentation ethics, right? That they have their own basis for the non-aggression principle that isn't per se the non-aggression principle from Rand, but again, that becomes a category error, right? Because using the same term to describe potentially two different things, I don't think they're different, but it can be a category error if you're saying, well, if you believe in the non-aggression principle, which is your non-aggression principle, then therefore you can't do this when we have the same term.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
No, Roy Child specifically was arguing within the objectivist framework. He said that objectivism implies anarchism. He wasn't addressing other arguments for anarchism. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to use the objectivist framework there, then you have to rely on the rest of it. So the objectivist framework isn't that there's this life universally is the standard of value. It's that each individual is to judge his moral conduct by his own life as the standard of value.
Yeah.
You understand the difference? Now, it's a downstream conclusion that the initiation of force is evil against other people, but it's not because that other person's life is the standard of value. You understand the distinction?
Right. I do, but this is where, I do blend these two philosophies.
Okay.
Right. This is where I do believe in argumentation ethics, and I do believe that one's own standard of value in their own life implies that there are only two games to play: the law of the jungle, or there is proper ethics, which requires the non-aggression principle. And the moment you say, I will steal the latter, is the moment that you admit to playing in the law of the jungle, and the only thing that matters is power.
It's not, and I'm going to tell you why. First of all, the objectivist ethics it starts with the metaphysics and epistemology, then gets into ethics. And all knowledge in objectivism is hierarchical. So your knowledge of values is also hierarchical. And we're talking specifically about objectivism. And I want you to, and you said that you think,
even Mises, admitted that there's a hierarchy of values.
Except for Mises thought that they were completely arbitrary and subjective.
Well, they're subjective to the individual. What your highest
No.
ordered
Mises
value
said
is.
there can be no Mises.
That's why I said even.
No ethics. Yeah.
That's why I said even. Right.
Okay.
I was saying even he recognized an economic factor as the subjective theory of value. Right. But that still shows that there's a hierarchy of values that every individual has.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I get what you're saying. You're right. So now you get to the initiation of force is evil. Why is it evil in objectivism? It's evil because it takes me out of a rational framework and puts me at odds with somebody else. It's against my own interest to initiate force against that person.
Yeah.
Right. But my own interest is paramount. Right. That's what's guarding it. And it's true that in everyday living, right, if I live by the initiation of force, I'm going to be doing what you just said, right? Living by the law of the jungle. But the emergency situation is temporary. So to draw conclusions about what society is going to be like based on an extremely rare emergency where I can replace the latter afterwards. So I can pay restitution, which is, by the way, what I would say is the correct thing to do. That's not living by the law of the jungle, because living by the law of the jungle implies a general way of living that's going to encompass your life. This is a one-off emergency situation. Now, if somebody was to say, well, what if someone comes and says, yes, but what if you live your life in a situation where that's just what life is, where you're constantly with these kind of emergencies? Well, then we'd be dealing with a different reality. Right? We wouldn't be dealing with the reality in which we live. We would have to formulate a completely different ethic based on the reality we live in. Right now, the reality we live in isn't one where I have to decide whether to steal the ladder to put out the bomb or to save my mom who's in the house burning.
Yeah, I don't know. I disagree here. And the reason I disagree is because I think it is arbitrarily named because it's a reductio ad absurdum. It's, it kind of works, but I think it's arbitrarily named this temporary emergency situation because you are justifying violating other people's property rights for your own personal sense of moral or ethical good. And then you go, well, okay, but afterwards we can pay restitution and things will be fine. I take umbrage, I'll say, with that, because we can twist that. Like there's no definitional thing here that differentiates this as an emergency temporary situation and other less egregious situations. If I'm starving, is that an emergency situation where I can steal food because I'm starving? Or is it, am I a couple months late on my rent and I'm going to be evicted and therefore I'm going to be out on the streets? This is an emergency situation. Like there's no definitive cutoff that makes this, like one of the analogies that like I had when I was kind of first posed to me. I think I actually posed it to the other person because I was trying to better understand objectivist philosophy and this, like, what is an anti-life position? Well, what happens when you're forced between two anti-life positions, right? And I was, interested in your response to this, right? Which is, I can't swim very well, and my daughter is drowning in a river. And so I can either A, jump into the river and attempt to extricate her, but I'm most likely committing suicide. But I'll be able to save my daughter, or B, I can watch my daughter drown, knowing that I could have, quote unquote, sacrificed myself to make my daughter live. And usually the response I get, maybe you'll give me something different, is that these are two anti-life positions. I'm forced between, living a life with a dead daughter that I could have saved, or I'm forced to, be in a position where I have to sacrifice my own life for another person. And so, like, what is the right answer in that domain, right? Like, I just find that I don't, maybe it's similar to this latter thing, right? And that's why I'm curious about it, right? Because the one anti-life position is affirming that you can take other people's property with express non-permission, and the other is letting your mother die. And so I wonder if, like, philosophically they're the same, or if there's distinctions, and like maybe you could tackle with those critiques I have.
I don't think they're the same, but I do want to go back to the slippery slope argument, because you said there's no way to make a distinction, but there actually is. The fire is a one-time thing, right? Now, if somebody's starving to death, right? Well, what decisions led up to their starving to death? What's happening in that person's life? There's a whole context that we need to know about it. That's not a one-off thing. Now, I would argue, suppose that, and this, again, I really dislike these, but I'm going to do it for the sake of the discussion. Well, what if a person was kidnapped and deliberately starved to death and then dumped off on somebody's property that has an apple tree, and the person's not home, so he can't ask for permission? I would say eat the apples and then pay restitution when you could. Now, if a person says, I'm going to be a beggar and I refuse to work, and as a result of that ends up on the cusp of starving, well, that's that person's entire fault, and that person's been living unethically the entire time. So it's a completely different scenario. Now, in the scenario you brought up, these are very difficult to explain, because really they need a treatise and not Michael Liebowitz explaining this in 5 minutes.
For sure. Yeah.
But I'm going to do my best. In Atlas Shrugged, have you ever read it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when John Galt was on he said, if they find out how I feel about you, they're going to put me on a torture rack, and then they're going to tell me, or he said, they're going to tell me that they're going to either torture you. I don't remember exactly. I'm probably screwing it up.
He's like underneath the train station. Like, when he's like underneath the train station with her.
He tells her, if they find out how I feel
spicy
about
scene,
you,
by the way.
Yeah, they're going to torture you. And I would simply rather be dead than deal with that, right? The point is that when we're discussing abstract philosophy in man's life, it sounds like, oh, life, okay, stay alive. But a man's life, it encompasses his life, all his decisions, all his actions, his hopes, his dreams, his ambitions. And we have to understand that the purpose, not the standard, but the purpose of morality is happiness, right? So if I select the correct values, the life-affirming values, and I achieve them, then I will be happy by necessity.
Happy from like the Aristotelian sense of like eudaimonia, right? Like,
yes,
not
similar.
Like
yeah, I don't know not short-range hedonism.
Yeah.
No. So, okay. So now I've built a life for myself. Part of my life encompasses, I have a wife, I have a daughter. All this now is in my value system, right? So now you say, well, your daughter is now drowning, right? Do I sacrifice my life for her? To answer that question for another person is extremely difficult, if not impossible, right? Because that person's quality of life may be such as to not be worth living. It's just, he says, no, I can't live my life as me any longer if my daughter's gone. And in that case, I could see, okay, risk it. But also, what is the risk? Is he certainly going to die? Is there a good chance he's going to die? Does the daughter definitely die if he doesn't intervene? these are difficult situations that are difficult maybe for the reason that they're not common. They're unique. That the dad who can't swim has a daughter drowning and he's operating under the objectivist ethics. What does he do? And I think it depends on a lot of the context that we don't know here. But I would say it could be the right thing to do to go risk his life, because his daughter is part of his values now. His daughter is part of his existence, part of why he wants to live. I mean, it's like saying, okay, what if if your life is the standard of value, then you should, if you had to live in a box for the rest of your existence, but you were guaranteed to keep breathing, should you do that? Well, of course not, because now I'm not living my life. I'm living some crippled fragment or caricature of what my life is.
Mm-hmm. So I have a couple of things to that. Starting from the beginning, this is, again, I do think that this is a mistake from I think there's a mistake here, right? And again, I am a neophyte, right? I am just but a humble man. I think when you described, you said this concept of, we can objectively showcase that it's a temporary situation as opposed to other actions, right? You were talking about like the starving person has why are they starving? What other actions do they engage in their life? Like there was these decisions that led up to this point, whereas the fire is kind of like, we'll call it, for lack of a better term, from the insurance perspective, a force of God. Obviously, neither of us, we're both atheists here, right? But that's what they call it legally, is a force of God, right? When it's like a freak thing.
Act of God,
act of God, force of nature. Those are all terms they use in the insurance industry. They've started switching to force of nature. Anyways, we all fucking knew what it meant. Stop. I disagree with that. I think that is, again, trying to work backwards from the conclusion of like a moral intuition that it's okay to steal the ladder to save your mother. And the reason I say that is, like, we can look at that ladder situation. Why don't you have a ladder? That was a determination. Why did you not have the appropriate fire insurance or something that gets a fire department quickly to your house? Why did the fire start? Did the fire start because it was a lightning strike? Why don't you have lightning rods? Did it start because of faulty wiring? Why did you have faulty wiring? I think that there are still always going to be human decisions that can be tragic, potentially unknown circumstances where you made the wrong choice with imperfect, because you don't have knowledge of the future. But I don't think that you actually can make a meaningful distinction between any moral action saying that it's like this temporary thing that allows for violations of the non-aggression principle.
That's where I disagree. There.
Non-aggression principle from the Hoppian perspective.
No, but I disagree that it's a violation of it, because if you say from the Hoppian perspective, then we have to argue about Hoppe, right?
Right. I'm talking about from like argumentation ethics, right?
Okay. Well, then that's a different argument. But but the point of the matter is, it's not a violation, because there is no such thing as the non-aggression principle in objectivism. There's the initiation of force is evil, and that's a downstream conclusion from my own life as the standard of value, right? So if my own life is my standard of value and I value my mother, to elevate a downstream conclusion over saving her would be ridiculous. I'm necessarily violating my standard.
I would say it's the exact opposite. What I would say is this, is that you're saying that, right, from the objectivist perspective, right, you can violate other people's rights in situations that you deem an emergency, or the very, let's say, intersubjectively communicated to be an emergency, right? Let's not say it's personal whim, but like a rational group, because I'm trying to steel man, right? I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like a rational group of jurors, will say, would deem that this was a temporary emergency of some sort, that you can violate other people's rights in that domain. It's an interesting argument. I don't, obviously I disagree with it from my perspective, but trying to work purely within the objectivist framework, right? Outside of libertarianism, outside of legal theory of natural law. Maybe that solves the conundrum. But it feels very wishy-washy to me, and it feels very arbitrary to me.
It's not. Once you establish what your standard of morality is, right? Your standard of morality ultimately gives rise to the concept of rights. Your concept of rights is not your standard of morality, right? You don't judge the right. So,
your concept of your rights supersede your morality, though.
No, your morality supersedes your rights.
I disagree completely.
But okay, but but then you're not talking about objectivism. You're talking about something different, and this is where a lot of objectivists have a problem with libertarianism,
right?
Because libertarians start at rights. They start at non-aggression, and they ignore the entire idea of antecedent morality.
I'm not ignoring the morality. I'm just saying that it can't be moral. I'm saying it can't be moral if it's unethical.
But that's fine. But you're still elevating rights to the standard. You're taking rights. You're taking the non-aggression principle as the standard, as it's divorced from a broader theory. But objectivism has a broader theory.
I wouldn't say it's divorced from a broader theory.
But what's the broader theory? What is the antecedent morality that you're deriving rights from?
I don't think you can start. I don't think you can start down the road of, so like if we look at it from argumentation ethics perspective, right? I think many libertarians would start at Aristotelian logic, right? They would say, okay, well, this starts with the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, et cetera, right? And then going into performative contradiction. But you then have to ask the question, okay, well, how do you know that logic is true? Now, obviously, the person that says that logic could potentially be untrue is just speaking gibberish, but it's still incumbent upon us to have a theory of metaphysics that establishes those things, and that is the primacy of existence. Existence exists, right? Yeah. Because it is the unavoidable axiom. And so if existence exists and it's the unavoidable axiom, that's when we can get into the law of identity. And I do think that there's a metaphysics of objectivism that is the cornerstone of establishing Aristotelian logic. And I would say once you get to Aristotelian logic, that the nap is just true, that there cannot be an ethical action, there cannot be a moral action that is unethical, and therefore there cannot be an action that you call moral that is a violation of the non-aggression principle.
But you never answered my question.
Okay, what specifically?
What you did was you went to metaphysics and epistemology, but you jumped over ethics. What I'm saying is, what is the ethical or moral theory? I'm using the terms interchangeably here.
Right.
What is the moral theory from which the NAP is derived? Because it seems to me that your morality is starting with the NAP.
Well, my morality is starting with, I brought up the metaphysics for that reason, because it's not starting with the NAP.
No.
Right?
Your moral theory starts there, right? Your moral theory starts, that's your first moral principle, is the NAP.
So what I would say
is
right, I am a baby, in the terms of objectivist philosophy.
We're talking happy.
No. I'm with you, right? So libertarianism, anarcho-capitalism, divorced from objectivism, right, is not a moral theory. We've talked about this previously. It's an incomplete philosophy in that domain. It is a theory of natural law, right? Morality can be added to this, right? Like purely ANCAP, you could be a Christian ANCAP per se. You couldn't be like a Muslim ANCAP because Islam directly goes against rights, like it's part of the religion. They have legal theory in their religion, right? But you could be a Christian anarchist. You could be, you could be a whole domain of different moral theories. Just because something is ethical doesn't mean that it is moral, right? Prostitution, for example.
Well, I don't even know what that means.
What I mean by that is if that ethics is a system of behaviors that we ought engage it, or we ought not, rules by which our society ought live by, right? And they have to be, these rules are conflict not inducing, but at the very least do not initiate conflict on scarce resources, and that there is a system of resolution of conflict that is, intersubjectively communicable to those jurors, right? Then you can have actions in that a person could find morally repugnant, but would not be unethical in that legal framework. Prostitution would be an example.
But so first of all, that's not what ethics is. Ethics is it depends on which sense in which you're using ethics. Ethics is ultimately the study of morality. It refers to what moral systems we can use. But I've had a prominent philosopher tell me that in English, the two are indistinguishable, ethics and morality. But you can also have ethical codes that are human made, that are specific to, say, the legal profession. You have legal ethics or business ethics, or the ethical system that you're going to go by, whatever your business is. But here's the problem. You're using the NAP and ANCAPs. You're using terms, ownership, rights.
Mm-hmm.
These are moral terms. You cannot have a concept of rights without a concept of morality. It just doesn't work. There's nothing on which to base it. And that's what they try to do. Now, if you're going to develop an antecedent concept of morality, well, then let's go ahead. The problem is you're already starting with your downstream conclusion of the NAP, and what you're saying is that it's unbreachable, that this is basically your standard. Because if you're saying to break this is necessarily immoral, but you don't even have a moral theory by which to judge it. And if you use the objectivist ethics, well, then in the case in question, you're taking you're talking about man's life is the standard of morality, and then you're saying I'm going to risk the life of a loved one because I don't want to take a ladder that I can replace. That's in a temporary one-off situation, right? You're divorcing. In one sense, you want to rely on the objectivist ethics, and in another sense, you want to get rid of it.
I disagree.
But to start ad hoc, then what is the moral theory that gives rise to rights?
Okay, I'm using morality and ethics you're using morality and ethics as interchangeable, right? And so the problem there is if I accept if I do an internal critique of that, right? Well, then the thing can't give rise to the thing itself. Right. So you're kind of accepting my framing that ethics and morality are, a Venn diagram of overlapping, but that there is a difference between the two. If you're saying what is morality, right. So that's
use morality.
Right.
But rights are a moral concept.
So
There's no getting around that.
Right. What I am saying is that I feel like I've kind of already laid this out, right? But what I'm saying is that there's two domains. The domain of we are engaged in ethics or we are engaged in the law of the jungle. These are our two choices. Either we have an ethical framework where we have a shared, we don't necessarily, I would use them differently. I just disagree with the idea that ethics and morality are interchangeable.
Just use morality.
Okay, but you're limiting the conversation out of the thing itself.
I just want to know whether it's, the fact of the matter is a right is a moral claim to something or a just claim. Moral and just are both moral concepts. A right is a moral concept. It is dependent on an antecedent morality. You have to use a morality to determine what is a right. So what is the moral system? What is the moral theory upon which you're getting your rights?
I disagree that you have to use a moral system in order to engage in that. I think that you can start from logic and then you can't cross the is-ought gap, right? But what you can do is you can showcase whether or not other systems that claim it ethics fall into contradiction. So libertarianism doesn't, you're grilling me, I'm going to respond, right? Libertarianism, if you are like a hardcore theorist, right? Like you're not like, when I say, if you're an ANCAP, right, that knows what the fuck you're talking about in that theory, right, is a theory of natural law. And so by such of being a theory of natural law, what it gets to at the end is either you have a moral framework or a system of ethics, if you want to use them interchangeably, that adheres to the non-aggression principle, or you have a contradictory philosophy of gobbledygook that is just the law of the jungle. And we derive that so long as, that's why I started with existence exists, into Aristotelian logic, into performative contradiction, into argumentation. What is argumentation? And argumentation is a recognition of the other person's, establishing a universal moral principle that the other person is the controller, the conveyor of their body and their mind and their ideas. And then if you attempt to justify violations of the non-aggression principle, you fall into performative contradiction. And so the Hoppian argument here is that any attempt to say, like, you can be a Christian, you can have whatever moral framework you want, but any attempt to say it is sometimes good or it is always good, but let's just say sometimes, most philosophies, right, to violate the non-aggression principle is an admission of being out of the domain of ethics, out of the domain of morality, and into the game of playing power. And so I would say if you're arguing that it is right to violate other people's property rights because your values or your preferences are as such to ignore the other person's preferences, then you're in the law of the jungle. That's just where you are. You're into power games.
Okay. So first of all, again, this is a big problem that I find when discussing this stuff with ANCAPs. We're not saying that it's okay to just violate all property rights because of my preferences. We're talking about
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
We're talking about a specific situation. We're talking about a ladder that can be replaced, maybe even given back. Like, we don't even know if it's going to get burned up and I'm going to have to buy a new one. But I certainly can.
Let's assume it's aluminum. It's aluminum ladder that it has some scorch marks, but we'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, I should probably pay also for, like a renter's fee for it. So that's the first thing. But the second thing, and this is very interesting to me, because you've spent an hour now telling me that in that situation, a person ought not to steal the ladder. But now you're telling me that there is no way to cross the is-ought gap. So there is no oughts. So in that case, well, what difference does it make if I live in by the law of the jungle or some other law? What the hell do I care? And what do I care if I contradict myself performatively? Why ought I not?
I'll answer that, right? So this is why I was saying that this is why I agree with you that libertarianism is an incomplete philosophy. It does not give you an ought at all, right? That ought is derived from something else. I agree with you on that, and that is, I think, why so many people, why people are blending those philosophies together. But let's set that aside, right? And just say let's say I'm a Christian and I have a reason for an ought. There's different reasons that a person might have a moral framework for what they ought do, how they ought act. What libertarianism is not, it's not giving you an ought. It gives you no oughts whatsoever. What it does is it gives you an argument that showcases that you are either playing one of those two games. You are either have a justifiable ethical framework, or you are in the domain of law of the jungle, and you have no argument that I don't know, come into your house and beat the shit out of you because I feel like it, because I have the power to do so. That is that you're, once you fall into contradiction, that you're no longer aligning with logic, that you're now in the domain of nonsense. Mm-hmm. So it's not, that's why it's a descriptive legal philosophy, and it's not a moral philosophy.
Though?
Well, I agree.
What do I care? Why ought I be logical?
Right. Well, again, I mean, like, that is the argument that, like, a Christian nationalist would make, right? Like,
right.
Like, is that they can use that power. Reality, right? Like, might doesn't make right, but might makes reality, right? At the end of the day, you can be a great moral person, but if a person doesn't give a fuck about your rights and they have guns, they can enforce whatever will they live. We're living in that world now, right?
Yeah, it's funny because there's people that make that argument as if it's a refutation of rights. The Andrew Wilsons of the world, they call it force doctrine.
Jim Bob, Jay Dyer,
they
all
make
the
this
ortho
argument.
bros,
The thing is, that's a truism. Obviously, if you had the strongest group on the planet and nobody can contest them, that group is going to rule. The purpose of rights is to discuss what they should be doing, what we can do. If somebody doesn't care, there's nothing you can do. Okay, so I think I got this. Just tell me if I'm wrong. I think I understand now. So you agree with me that libertarianism is an incomplete philosophy because it doesn't provide an ought. I agree.
Correct.
You disagree with me about objectivism, being that objectivism crosses the is-ought gap with its ethical system.
I would say that if
I don't mean logically, I don't mean in theory. I mean that it's factual that objectivism does so.
I agree that I might be too stupid for this answer, but I'm going to try anyways. What I'm saying is that I think insofar as objectivism or an objectivist claims that it is ethical or morally right to violate the non-aggression principle, that they fall into contradiction, and therefore their interpretation of their own philosophy is wrong because I don't know, Francisco d'Anconia says so. I don't, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, I get you. So we differ there also,
right?
And we disagree on the value of Hoppian ethics. What I would like to do, because I'm running out of time.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd like to stay for a few minutes, but maybe we do this again and we can discuss just Hoppian ethics. Right, this was a good.
Yeah, that requires a whole thing in and of itself. Yeah,
right.
It's a lot.
I think this was a good starting point because it got to hash out and show us where a good discussion can go. But you can't. You got to do a series if we're really going to discuss it. So, for instance, we could do one stream where we talk about just the objectivist ethics or the objectivist morality. We could do another where we discuss: is there a legitimate difference between morality and ethics?
I would absolutely love that. And if you want to send me like a homework assignment, and then maybe next time we'll get into a certain segment or whatever. Keep in touch and DMs, and whenever it works,
I love
it works.
Listen, you are a great conversationalist. I find you to be entirely intellectually honest. I think you're wrong on some things. I don't care.
Yeah,
right?
Fair enough.
I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like some people think, if someone disagrees, it becomes their enemy. I disagree with Liquid Zulu on a whole lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I absolutely think in this world, the Liquid Zulu is a force for good. Why? Because he's committed to intellectual growth. He's committed to learning. He's committed to teaching, and he keeps going. So should I condemn him because I disagree with him? Well, what about my 23-year-old self? Should I condemn him because I disagree with him too? You understand what I'm saying? So I'm all for these types of discussions. I would absolutely love to come back on and discuss more of it. I know I really would.
I was just looking at my chat and someone just goes, "Talk IP now, fight."
Okay, we could discuss IP also. If I may, I debated probably you can tell me if you agree with this. I think the best arguer against IP that currently exists is Stephan Kinsella. I don't know.
Probably.
Okay.
I don't know that he's the best. Hold on. I don't. There's two types of arguing here, right? In written work, Stephan Kinsella, I've spoken to him several times, actually. I love the man. In written work, he is using a Japanese scale. He's S tier. I do think, however, verbal communication, maybe not like the greatest in the world, right? And it's no insult to Stephan. I just mean that these are different skills. But
I agree.
But yes, he is in theory, he is fucking perfect.
Okay. I've debated him on this topic. I've also debated him on the concept of rights. And I've also debated him on the concept of value and a priori knowledge. So if anybody wants to go check that out, I did it on this show. And fundamentally, Stephan and I, and this is the problem sometimes with language. What's wrong?
Somebody hopped into my Discord spamming a fucking porn bot channel in every channel, so now I have to deal with
Where's that? I got to check this out and see if it's wrong or not. What's happening?
If I have a moderator in chat that's a moderator in Discord, can you guys take care of that for me, please?
But Stephan and I, we use the same language often, but we disagree on what rights are, on the source of rights, on what their nature is. So, we can discuss IP, but I have 10 minutes. And we are not going to have
no. It's fine. No, I'll keep in contact with you. We'll schedule something at some point. I had a wonderful conversation. Everyone that told me was right. Like, if you want to discuss objectivist philosophy, because I mean, like, I've spoken with other objectivists, and there's a lot of headbutting that I think gets in the way of being able to like get into the nitty gritty. Like I had a similar experience with Jan Brook. He hates me now because I talk shit on like his stance on Israel. But I'm not a typical libertarian when it comes to Israel. I sit in between, but I hate the Scott Hortons of the world are like that only repeating.
repeating the leftist narratives on this bullshit. But I don't agree with the total war objectivists either. I think y'all are crazy on some of that.
Here's the funny thing. I was on once on the ARC UK discussing Israel and Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
In my stance, and it hasn't changed much. There's factors that I don't know, so I'm hesitant to go all in.
Yeah,
right. Because
anybody that acts like what they know what the fuck is going on, and that is the most fog of war place with propaganda on both sides to an extreme degree.
Right. So, but I am comfortable saying this. I think Israelis in general, right, and it doesn't mean you can't find some exception. Israelis in general, I think are morally superior to Hamas. That's my stand. I also say you don't have to agree. I just want to tell you the stance I took on the show.
I'm thinking like if you're to Hamas, you said, or to Palestine? Oh yeah, fuck
to Hamas.
Yeah,
to Hamas.
I thought you were saying Palestinians. I was like, ooh,
no.
Close.
So my stance was also that not every Palestinian is a supporter of Hamas. Some are kids, and therefore I think that Israel should root out and do whatever it takes to beat Hamas. But if they can, they should minimize civilian casualties, and they ought not torture prisoners of war. That was my stance. Yeah. I got called by people in the audience a Palestinian shill, a sellout. I'm carrying water for the Palestinians. I take that same position on X, and I'm called the Zionist pig. I'm disgusted.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Israel-Palestine has a lot of conflicts. One of the you can use this, right? This is one of the questions I use against like the anti-Israel crowd. Because I have severe problems with both sides, mostly because I fucking hate war, and we all should hate war. War is hell. Smedley Butler, most decorated American veteran in all time. Read it, boys. It's about World War, but it still applies today.
More decorated than Audie Murphy?
He might not be more because the Audie Murphy has his own award. At the time, he was the most decorated.
He might be. I was just
Audie Murphy.
I have no idea.
You ever seen an Audie Murphy award? It's so fucking garish.
No, I have seen a movie, and when I saw the movie, I looked up who is this guy, and it turns out he's like killed
the biggest badass ever. It's the goofiest looking motherfucker. It's like the most unassuming
duty,
dude. Yeah, but what I asked them, and this is a little, I know you don't like reductio ad absurdums, but I don't think it is a reductio ad absurdum. So here you have.
It's not that I don't like them. I don't like when they're just impossible. I just don't. I don't like it. I don't know how much value it adds.
So here's my question that I give to the people that are like, well, Israel killed an innocent person, right? They blew up this whole building, and it's like, okay, I think there is sufficient evidence to show that Israel is not doing their due diligence in the way that they're conducting this war. Whether or not that goes to the realm of ethnic cleansing or genocide is an entirely different conversation. But they're definitely engaging in what I would consider to be war crimes. That doesn't mean Palestine's fucking good or Hamas is good. They're fucking evil. But what I ask them is this simple question. Okay, you believe in the NAP, you believe in, all of these things. Question number one. You are a private security, force for a bank. And a bank robber grabs a woman and hides behind the woman. Are you allowed to shoot and potentially shoot the woman in order to kill the bank robber that has a hostage and guns? If they bite that bullet, if they refuse to bite that bullet because of the loss of that life, I have a follow-up question. Because if they bite that bullet immediately and go, yeah, you can shoot and potentially kill this woman, it's like, okay, because the aggressor is the bank robber, not the private security force that is attempting to stop it. So, and then the next question is, okay, if they go, well, no, because of the loss of life of the woman, it's like, what if you're a private security force and you know that all of the clothing that they're wearing is stolen? Can you shoot them knowing that you would be violating the non-aggression principle by your internal critique, right? And harm the clothing that they're wearing, which is someone else's property? Is it illegal to shoot criminals in stolen clothing?
I bet there's libertarians who would say, yeah.
Right, and it's retarded because the bank robber is the aggressor, not you for fighting the aggressor, despite the fact that there is harm. Now, in the opposite, do you get to throw a grenade at the bank robber with a fucking woman that he's holding hostage? Because, well, it'll get rid of the bank robber. It might kill the hostage and a couple other hostages, but whatever. It's a grenade. Like, is a grenade the appropriate action there? Is it moral to throw a grenade and intentionally kill 3 hostages plus the hostage he's carrying because it's a better guarantee that you'll kill the terrorist? Right? So I think it works in both ways. And I use that analogy to try and like zoom in on the messiness of war so that we can get to the principles here. Right?
It's interesting. I just turned on my phone, and the first notification is rage in Israel. Ultra-Orthodox Israelis, long exempt from military service, are now being drafted. Their fury is threatening the government. So it's a tough situation.
Yeah.
I this is one of the reasons I've had a lot of problems with Dave Smith, because I feel like he speaks from an unjustified position of authority, as if he knows.
He's just speaking Scott Horton's talking points. That's it.
Right. Like, I looked up the meeting, and I think it was 98, and this will be the last thing, and then I kind of got to go. But
yeah, for sure.
The meeting at Camp David in 1998, and they actually have a word, I think it's in Hebrew, for this meeting, for a word that means everybody that attended has a different perspective about what took place, right? But Dave repeats this one guy, or, a couple guys. He's like, this guy is Israeli, and he says this is what happened. Okay, but Dave, that doesn't mean that's what happened.
Right.
Like what? Just because I could go find a Palestinian, and there are Palestinians, or at least one that I'm aware of, I can't remember his name, that was there, who disagrees with the Israeli, and he says that the Palestinians should have taken the deal. And that's just not a way to go about arguing.
Right.
Right.
So
pick the guy that serves
we'll
your
say
narrative.
this. We'll say this. I'm writing it down. Potential topic for another discussion some other day, which is how the liberty movement, right, will encapsulate everybody in that, right? Libertine, paleo-libs, libertarians, ANCAPs, objectivists. Maybe not objectivists per se, but they do it sometimes as well. How the liberty movement often tries to attach themselves to dominant leftist narratives and then fails at making it their own. Because I think that is really what we were talking about here with the Israel-Palestine thing, is there's a dominant leftist narrative. I mean, PLO is a communist organization, right? Like the fucking Hamas is a leftist organization, but they will attach themselves because of the popularity of it to gain clout, to gain attention, and then they fail to make it a libertarian argument. I challenge anyone to find one clip of any prominent libertarian arguing for the Palestinian plight, right? To just once have them say, yeah, well, we need to have an international court come in and look at property deeds and look at who is and isn't a terrorist so that we can give people their homes back based off of private property rights and based off of whether or not they actually deserve this home. Because that's a libertarian stance. That's the discussion of solving the Nakba and solving Gaza, is who actually owns the property.
That doesn't give you the clout that you get from criticizing Israel.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. So I great conversation, Michael. Hope to do it again.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
And peace. Oh, where can they find you? Rational Egoist. Where else?
Oh, you can find me at the Rational Egoist. You can find me every day at 12 p.m. Eastern time on the Capitalist Corner. I'm on X. Libo is out, not out of the closet, out of prison. Facebook, I'm just Michael Liebowitz. Same thing. Instagram, TikTok, everywhere.
All right, brother. And I'm
not
Fabian
that I'm
Liberty.
in the closet
Just
either.
Just Google Fabian Liberty. You'll find my Twitter and you'll find my YouTube and stuff. Peace. All right, let me pull this up now. ZX Crack or 420 TV said he had some questions he wanted to ask me. So I told him, we had he had some other stuff come up, so we had to schedule it for a different day. So he's going to hop in right after this and have a little chit chat. But of course, chat, if you have hold on, what am I doing? I need to do this way. Do this way. Whoopsie. And then if you have any questions in chat or anything, definitely. Wait, is Michael gay? No, he's saying he's not gay. He's just saying that he's out of prison because he was in prison for 25 years. All right, and then cut my camera on. Boom. Let's get some music going. And did you guys like that? I liked that. That was a fun conversation. Good stuff. I'm too poor for a super chat. Yeah, fucking support the channel, boys. You know, like, share, subscribe, make stream clips with the little scissors in the bottom of the corner and join the Discord and put them in the stream clips section so I can turn them into YouTube shorts. Probably going to be working on that some either tonight or tomorrow. Get a couple more out. The iDubbbz one went nowhere, and I'm pretty sure it's because I said Nazi in it. I'm pretty sure the fucking censors at YouTube did not like that. But nevertheless, you know, find some good clips. Don't make Mark do them all, okay? Like, just fucking, like, some of you other guys help out. If you don't have money and you want to see the community grow and see me stream more because I make more money doing streaming, then definitely do that. 25 years, did he commit a crime or just piss off the wrong No, he committed a pretty bad crime. Like, he got him and his boys together to break into a house, was drunk, gave one of them a knife, and then a dude was stabbed. And then his ex-girlfriend, like, got, like, a laceration and stuff. Like, he was a bad boy. But, you know, 25 years in prison and studying objectivist and libertarian philosophy, he's a genuine changed man as far as I can tell. What's up? Izon is the new workaround word? Why do we need to come up with new fake slurs? Like, oh, it's Nazi backwards. I get it. Yo, what's up, crowd?
Yeah.
Howdy.
Oh. How's it going?
It's going. You were watching me. You just watched exactly how it was going.
Oh. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm on my phone. I'm switching back and forth here. Yeah, so no, that was a good conversation. I did want to ask what role does intent have in these sort of ethical conversations? Because I know you had mentioned legal theory.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, I wouldn't necessarily. I think the part of the grander picture is, you know, how a person responds, right? I mean, if a person, isn't upset, one, that kind of rules out the issue, and two, if you have full intent to replace the property, and you're not simply doing it with, oh, I'm going to take this and I deserve it as a reward for saving a life, I don't really see what the issue is.
I mean, the intent is to violate the person's property rights. Now, it doesn't matter the reason for the intent, as far as I'm concerned, right? Like, so, I mean, you know, like if I'm starving and I steal someone's food, you can't be like, oh, well, they didn't have intent I had intent to steal this person's food, right? Like, it doesn't matter that it was for a presumably good cause, right? Because it's not a good cause, because the intent was to steal.
Yeah, but
now in terms
I don't think I don't think the intent is to steal the ladder. I think the intent is to use the ladder.
Are you using someone else's property without their permission?
Yeah, but your intent
after they've explicitly said that you cannot do that.
Yeah, that's the. I mean, I guess that's the strange part. Yeah,
right. Because if they don't intentionally, if you haven't been told, right, then you're working off of implied consent, right? You're working off of, like, it's just the same way a doctor, right? If a doctor sees someone dying of a heart attack and then they save that person's life, right? They have no intent to violate that person's rights. They're working off a presumption of implied consent, right? We get into a weird legal area where, okay, you did damage. Are you liable for the damage even though it was accidental? I think that gets into I don't know that I am 100% convinced on the ANCAP or objectivist position on that, right? I feel like, because I don't know that I would say you can be an accidental trespasser without the intent, of a crime, right? And then I would say in that domain, it becomes, when it comes to trespassing, it becomes a gentleness principle, right? So you have to remove that person, so for example, right? I think trespass is different than property damage, right? And what I mean by this is, right, so like, let's say I'm a hiker on the national forest and you don't have a fence, right? or let's say you have no trespassing signs, but I just miss the no trespassing signs.
Or
I'm an
they're
accidental
washed out.
trespasser, right?
Yeah.
Like I accidentally walked onto your property. Do you have the right to open fire with an AR-15 on me? Well, no, you've become an aggressor. because because there's no mens rea, there's no intention of like violating your rights. What you have to do is you have to say, hey, this is my property, get off. And then I'd be like, oh shit, my bad, I didn't see any signs or anything. How go this way? And then you go, yeah, and then I go that way and I leave. Right? Like if I then say fuck you, I go where I want, now you are an aggressor. Now you have gone into the domain of, now I'm intentionally trespassing. I'm here and I refuse to remove myself in a gentle way. Now I can go into the domain of, if you don't fucking leave, I'm going to shoot you. And then that person says, well, shoot me then, bitch. I'll fucking kill you. Right? Then I'm perfectly reasonable to shoot that person. Right? But if they just accidentally stumble onto my property and there's no fence around my property and like there's signs, but they might be missed, right? Like you have to, this is the gentleness principle. And so when someone has not expressly told you not to be somewhere and you're an accidental trespasser, right? You have no intention of violating that person's property rights. However, if you cross someone's fence and take their property, you might have in your mind, a good reason, but I would say that it's not a good reason because you have the intent to violate their property rights. There's no ambiguity here, right?
No,
now let's say they never told you don't have permission. You're still in the domain of, well, it seems like you're not wrong morally for hopping the fence, grabbing their ladder and saving your mother. But you may be unintentionally wrong. And so you may have to pay restitution because you wrongly assumed that person would be okay with you borrowing their ladder to save your mother's life. Right?
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that at all. I think the issue could be, to what social expectation, should we draw out of people, right? Do we need to
like I said before,
expect rent payment, or you used it, so give me $50? I think that's fucked up personally. If you're, saying you use my ladder, I don't want people using my ladder, but you use my ladder. I suppose, if you give me $50, I'll be fine with it. I think you should just be fine with what that person used it for.
Right. So
I think that's where the intent
agree.
matters, right?
This is why I brought up, I don't know if you were in the chat or not. This is why I brought up Hoppa's discussion of uninsurable activities and people. Is like,
yeah, and the dumbass acts of God.
Right, like in reality, no insurance company. Appreciate the subscription, guys. Thanks for subscribing. Like, share, subscribe, donate war bonds, join the Discord, make stream clips, do all the things. Memberships are $3.99 a month. You get emotes. That's all you get, because I don't like locking content, and I probably don't make enough content to do that anyways. But I appreciate all the support and love. So what I would say is, when you're in the domain of like, there are certain activities that are just uninsurable. They're just like, because every company is going to make a decision about risk versus reward, right? And if you're the type of person that wants to bring a legal case because someone borrowed your ladder to save their mother's life, and then you're like, they didn't have the right to do that. Yeah, you're right. You are technically within your rights to gain compensation for them stealing your property, and they are wrong for doing that. But most insurance companies, if the moment they encounter this problem, are going to be like, okay, new clause in the contract, we no longer insure you or insure your property or represent you in these limit case scenarios, right? So it's like, how like when you see something and you see like a label on like a product, like a toaster, and it says, don't throw this toaster in the bathtub with yourself. And you're like, what fucking retard threw a toaster in the bathtub? And then like, you know what I mean? And like, and if they did it, were they committing suicide? And if they weren't committing suicide, what the fuck is wrong with them? That's there because somebody did it. Okay. And then the company decided, well, we're going to put a label on this so nobody can sue us for fucking using this goddamn toaster in a totally unintended way. Right. Similar situations are going to occur in the market where these limit cases that are like supposed to be like, aha, right, are immediately going to be like, no, if you agree to be insured, you agree that your property, you know, can be used with minimal damage in the event of like loss of life of another person or something.
Yeah, the extreme example that I came up with, say that you're out and about, and say there's like a mass shooter that just opens fire on people, right? And you know, you can you know, essentially steal a gun, right, in someone's car, or steal your friend's gun, or say you can theoretically steal a gun to you know, shoot at that active shooter. Assume, you know, you're not even that great with firearms and you're doing this as an amateur, but you're doing it with the right intention. You know, I think, or even someone, you know, say in the property owner, right? He's a big Second Amendment guy, you know, all the signs that say don't fuck with me, you know, come in my home, and a mass shooter rolls up or a shooter rolls up in the neighborhood, and you have no access to, you know, you know the police response will take a while, and you know the nearest access to clear firepower's right next door. I don't have a problem with someone, you know, say I'm that owner and someone says, you know, hey, I broke into your house and took all your guns and warded off this attacker. Congratulations. You know, I think that's a noble act. I know
so
that's like the extreme.
You've added an additional scenario that makes the question even easier to answer. All of the same things that I said about the latter apply to this situation, with one exception, which is that you've added an aggressor and you're responding to the aggressor. I don't know that I have a perfect answer for this, whether or not you would be considered, whether I would say my intuition, but I could be wrong, right? Because like these are difficult questions, would be that the person that's responsible for the home breaking in could potentially be the active shooter, not you per se. But we have to be careful that we're still in the domain of first order consequences. Because if we're talking about second order consequences or third order, then we get into this weird thing where it's like, I can be sued for environmental damage in Nicaragua because I drive a car with gas emissions. You know what I mean? Like we have to be careful that we're not engaging in like a butterfly effect of scenarios. But I would say if there's an active shooter there and present, and you immediately dive towards the nearest available firearm, which requires you to, you know, break into someone's, like hop over someone's fence and like, you know,
or break into a car,
or whatever, right, and break into their car because you know they have a gun in their glove box to stop that shooter, that the aggressor is the active shooter. Now, if you hear about an active shooter a neighborhood over, and then you decide to break into a person's car so you can drive and then go stop that active shooter, now you're more in the domain of implied consent, right? Where it's not necessarily a violation of the non-aggression principle, because you don't have, you're assuming that the owner of the vehicle is someone that would be okay with you breaking into their car to get a gun to like stop this active shooter. But you very well could be wrong as well. And you're just kind of working off of imperfect knowledge. And if you're wrong, you need to pay restitution to that person. Right? Like, so we have to be careful about first order versus second order consequences. I would say an active shooter right by your house that's shooting up people, your immediate like response to find the nearest firearm, but it requires you breaking your neighbor's car's window and going into their glove box to get a gun that you know that they have, is like a first order response, and that the aggressor is actually the active shooter, not you.
Yeah,
but it can get into a gray area there philosophically. So I don't want to say that's a perfect answer, but that's my answer given my current knowledge.
Yeah, and the thing about these emergency, that was the thing, is it was obvious to me that would qualify as an emergency. It was like an active shooter scenario. And when one, sadly, I mean,
I reject the word emergency.
Realistic.
I reject the word emergency for the same reason I was talking with him, right? Because I would say that anytime you use the idea that it's an emergency is the time that you can basically make anything. Like, what do we hear from the left right now? Climate change is an emergency. Therefore, it's right to have cap and trade emissions and carbon taxes, right? So it's like emergency is irrelevant. What's relevant is that there is an aggressor. There is a current aggressor that is not only threatening, but actively taking lives.
Yeah, I think a domestic, I guess what I meant was
I know what you
comparably
mean.
a situation
I'm just trying to
where
be
you'd call
careful.
911. Yeah, I guess I mean like a domestic situation where you're going to call a fire, a police, some kind of emergency response team, I guess, in ancapistan. Who knows? That's kind of what I meant. But yeah, global existential crap, that's not an emergency. That's you're right about that. They're talking about something that's way greater than whether or not there's someone in front of my house pointing a gun through my window. So
yeah, well, it's just one. It's the distinction is just, is there an aggressor, and are you attempting to stop an aggressor versus there isn't really an aggressor.
Yes. So speaking of aggression, let's. I pretty much all I wanted to say on that. That guy's got an interesting story, by the way. I do find it. Yeah, I find it so cool when people go to prison and they read a lot of books and they come out like all, almost. I've always kind of. I'm not saying you should go to prison, but it is sort of a nice way to be stuck with a bunch of books, and sadly, like that is one route some people go. And not saying you can be like a PhD level at whatever it is, but I mean, he knew what he was talking about, and you can get pretty brainy with 20 years of book reading in prison.
Yeah, it depends.
Not saying you should do it, but it does.
Overwhelmingly, the people that are there are not going to change, regardless of what you do, right? Like yeah. There's three categories of people in prison. There's Michael Liebowitz, right? These are rarefied individuals with high IQ that fell into bad circumstances via their own choices or environmental whatever, right? Who will age, who will mature, and who will genuinely turn their life around, hopefully, right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to stake my fucking, brand on on anything. Like, who knows if he like murders somebody or something? It doesn't seem like it to me. Then there are people who simply need to reach the age of around 25 to 28. There are people that are just young men that are full of testosterone, that just need to grow up and mature. And then they'll be different when they're older and more mature. And then there are people who have violent tendencies, trauma, and low IQ. This is the majority of people in prison, and no amount of psychological interventions will ever make them good people. I don't like it. It's just the truth. Like you might be able to mold them into a semi-functioning member of society, but they will very rarely be of anything of any real use to society. They will most likely be a net negative drain on society, no matter where they are, free, in prison, whatever. And that's really sad. It really sucks. I've done a lot. I've looked at a lot of research. You know what I mean? Like people have tried everything. They've tried equine therapy, right? And then they'll report and they'll be like, look at how great this equine therapy is. And then they fail to mention in the fine print that they picked out all the prisoners that didn't have overly violent crimes and were up for parole and were high IQ and not high IQ, but who had, a clean track record and were known for good behavior. It's like, yeah, you've already self-selected the people that probably would have been all right.
Yeah. Yeah, it is unfortunate. I do sadly tend to lean towards predeterminism.
It's not predeterminism. It's just they're difficult to change and they're retarded. That's it.
Yeah, no, that's kind of my thing. Is it is unfortunate trying to explain to people, even, especially even like religious people who I think believe those interventions can, you can be saved, you could be converted. I really do believe people are kind of destined for certain lives of crime. 1,000%. I
don't think they're destined. I just think that our ability from the outside to change those people is incredibly limited, and that interventions might work on some people, but for the majority they don't, and that has to come from within, and that those people often statistically they lack the capacity for that to come from within. There are always outliers. There is always a small percentage that genuinely change, right? And I do think our prison system does very little favors, right? It's a pretty shit system. But, and there are ways that we can make improvements. But it's a fantasy to think that we're going to like re-educate all, even a majority, even 50% of these people. It's a fantasy to think you're going to make even 30% of these people productive members of society.
Yeah.
You'll be lucky to get 15 or 20%. And that's still a lot. That's still a fifth of them, right? Or a sixth, right? And that's still good. We should maybe strive to do that to some degree. It depends on how much of my resources you're going to take from me to do that. But nevertheless, that is still a lofty goal. But trying to shoot for 50 or 60 or 70 or 80% is shooting for an impossibility statistically.
Oh, yeah. Well, I also think when it comes to prison, one of the issues I was kind of shocked to hear this from some of the liberal people. And albeit, I mean, they've had issues with one of them had an abusive boyfriend, so they kind of think the law coming down on people's all the greatest thing, kind of a statist mindset. But the idea that people in prison are able to make like $1 an hour, cents on the hour when they're doing some prison labor, and sadly one of my more like liberal beliefs is I don't believe in minimum wage, but if there's anyone who needs to be fairly compensated at minimum wage, if we needed to set a minimum wage, it would be for prisoners, because one, they're already instituted under the state, right? They're already essentially, subsidized by the taxpayer, as we are, just their existence, their food, their space, all of it. But when you're paying someone who has an antisocial mindset 70 cents an hour to do labor, they're not going to come out of prison with this positive mindset towards capitalism.
Labor,
they're gonna get pushed towards socialism. They're gonna think labor is exploitative.
So long as we have
I don't get paid enough. Like, of course they're gonna fall into leftist, Marxist thinking. So.
I mean, what I would say is this. I would say, so long as we have a private prison system, a public private system, Jesus Christ, public prison system, right? What I would say is, because there's a problem, which is that the market can't respond to prison. In a truly free market, right, prisons would use prison labor. And the way that they would get paid is they would be paid by insurance companies, to house criminals. Okay. But I would imagine a scenario where, you may have a choice of which prison you go to. Okay. Because there's a private competitive market, and you may weigh the pros and cons of one. And then what I would say is, if I was running a private prison, because these prisoners have no fucking rights until they've paid restitution. Right.
Exactly.
But if I was running a prison, what I would do is I would say, okay, we're going to pay 70% of your salary is going to go to the victims of your crime until such a time that crime is paid off, and 30% will go to you. That's arbitrary, but that seems to be about where I might, maybe it works out better 35-65, maybe it works out better 20-80, whatever it is. Right. But I will say this, the idea that prisoners work and gain money, and they work for pennies on the dollar, and that no money is ever given as restitution to victims, is an absurdity to me. It's an absurdity to me that you allow them to gain a wage.
Yes. yes, I agree.
They should get $0 unless they negotiate some type of contract where getting some level of money allows them to subsist in a way that allows them to work more, right? Like, I'm okay with like a 70-30 split because I recognize that if I say, well, you're going to work and we're going to give all your money to the victims, then people are not going to be incentivized to do any good work at all, right? But if I do like a 70-30 split, then they might be incentivized to work and work a lot to one day pay off their debts so that they can, because once you've paid restitution, you shouldn't be in prison at all anyways. Right. But nevertheless, you know what I mean? If you have a prison sentence and that works out in your contract in some way, right? And that's part of the agreement is that you agree to do 5 years or something and you can pay off your debts in 2, then you ought to be able to fucking make money in prison in a meaningful way so that when you get out of prison, you have a bank account with money to start your new life.
Yeah, I 100% think, yeah, I mean, just 1000%. I know people who work in the juvenile system. I know people who work in the adult system. And it's just, yeah, it's sad. They've resorted to just kind of handed these people iPads and you get TV time, you get, some internet time. It's really not that much different than what they would do just sitting around at home. There's so little investment into their skills, into their human capital. It's really sad how, yeah, but oh well, we do it to school children. Speaking of kids, the thing I wanted to bring up, I know I sent you a list of fun topics.
I didn't read that shit.
It's all good. Well, if I don't know, I mean, if I know how much do you know about the that Vegas pedo ring, the guy going back to Israel? Have you heard about that at all?
I mean, I've heard about it, but I haven't investigated it. Like, I don't. One of the focuses of this channel is on libertarian philosophy, libertarian theory, and libertarian reactions to current ongoings, right? But I'm not a news channel, right? So like, I don't try to, like, if I have free time that I want to invest in making my channel better, I don't go, ooh, I'm going to make a video attacking Hassan. And I don't go, ooh, I'm going to make maybe I should, you know what I mean? My channel probably
should. You get
right. Or, ooh, I'm going to make a video on this like thing. What I do is I go, ooh, I need to learn more. Right. Like, because I want to be in a position to where I can answer questions about theory and philosophy and about those takes. That's more important to me in what I do. There are probably better ways to get viewers. But I try not to get, especially with like things that can get conspiratorial, is that like, I really don't want to be in a position where I'm just saying wrong shit, and it's like that happens a lot when you delve into things where you have a lot of lacking knowledge. And then you start making takes because you want to be one of the first person to have the right take. And then more news comes out and then you're just fucking wrong. You know what I mean? So I try not, like, that's one of the reasons I never report, other than like if someone mentions it in chat, I'll be like, oh, that's crazy, right? Like, I don't report on like a mass shooting or like a thing that just happened. It's like, maybe in a couple days we'll talk about it or something, but like I try to steer clear of that because I'm going to have some take and then my take's going to be retarded 3 days later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's kind of why.
Funny how most ANCAPs are proponents for minimum wage. What the fuck are you talking about? No, is there a single ANCAP that is a proponent for minimum wage? Can you name one?
No, we would just want prisoners to have a more positive attitude towards labor. And I was just saying, under the current system,
everything,
they're under the
everything that is
state,
stated,
so they are entitled to a minimum wage because they're actually paid by the
they're not
state.
entitled to shit. I'm just saying, so long as the public prison system exists, we ought to use that in the most efficient way possible. And I think that the most efficient way possible would be to have some level of guaranteed wages where a majority of that is going to the victims of their crimes until such a time that they pay that off, and that you need a sufficient wage in order to garner people into that.
Yes.
And then I gave the proponent of how it ought to be done, which is a private prison system, and how they would compete for labor, cheap labor, but they would still compete for labor and for contracts from private insurance companies that would be paying to house criminals as part of rights enforcement agencies programs. Fine, I've met one. All right. This is a fucking goalpost shift from most to one real quick.
Oh, good. No, it's not, I mean, I'm just saying, like, yeah, you can't achieve that with a 30 cent an hour wage. Obviously, the victim would be like, well, that's not going to work, you know? It has to be a sufficient wage to, with the victim's restitution in mind, like you said. So,
yeah.
What
else did you have for me? What else?
So,
DJ
yeah,
Khaled.
the spanking. The spanking of kids, the violation of the nap. So I know you've watched Molyneux. You've probably seen his content on this. I've seen his content on that.
Yeah, I differ slightly.
So one of the arguments that I was posed against, because I was doing some research, and some of the meta-analyses as far as the IQ wasn't leaning in my biased direction. So if anyone in the chat saw, oh, it doesn't lower IQ, there you go. I mean, I still think, you know, they need to research this a lot more. Correlational, yeah. And
so
a lot
here's
of
what
the
I would
studies
say.
are from the early 2000s. They just need to do more research, and it's hard to do longevity. It's hard to do what's necessary. Yeah.
This is my problem. So first and foremost, I think any permanent harm to your child, both psychological or physical, is without a doubt a violation of your guardianship and a violation of the non-aggression principle, right? So if you scar your children from beatings, that is 100% against a violation of the NAP. If you are beating them in such a way that it causes, you know, psychological trauma, that's hard to determine. But the answer is there. It's just difficult to determine, right? So if you're beating your kids to such a degree or for such circumstances that it causes them to have trauma, then you have done psychological harm. But proving that is nigh impossible with our current understanding of neuropsychology and psychotherapy, right? Like, it's just a very hard thing to prove. Okay, so whether or not you can come in guns a-blazing to take the children is kind of off the table unless you've done physical scarring. Nevertheless, I think beating children is by and large wrong. I am an advocate for peaceful parenting. I am an advocate for not hitting your kids. But why am I but I want to go a little deeper. And when I have looked at the research, one of the biggest problems with the research is it is mostly self-report surveys. There's some research where they put cameras in the home to find the disparity between self-report and non-self-report. But even then, there's a knowledge that cameras are in your home, so it's probably higher than the self-reports. So right off the bat, we have tainted data, right? Because there are people that are hitting their kids that are lying about it, that are being thrown into the category of not hitting their kids. So it's probably, the data is probably worse than what it appears. That's number one. Number two, there is I found maybe one study from the 90s, last time I delved into it, that actually differentiated what was occurring when the beatings happened and how the beatings occurred. Because there is a significant difference. There's obviously a difference between losing control and using violence against your children because you're frustrated or you're angry and taking out that frustration and rage onto the children versus, okay, you're going to sit down, I'm going to whop your butt 3 times, and then you're going to sit in the corner, and then we're going to talk about it. I still don't think that's good. Okay. I don't see any evidence to suggest that actually helps in any meaningful way, but there is a potential that works, especially when we recognize that some children are just different than other children, right? Like there's going to be different ways of doing it.
Well,
I don't trust any social science studies. I mean, that's fair. None of this can be done in a laboratory, right?
None.
I understand not trusting it, right? Worked on me is not an argument because you don't have you absent of that, right? You can say I didn't turn out bad and I was beat, but you can't say it helped me and I know because you were a child, so you don't have the appropriate memory or understanding, and you don't have a control, which is all things being equal, not being beat, right?
Well, and it's again, the self-assessment. It's like, okay, I could say, well, I mean, I was even spanked a little as a kid, and it's like, well, do I get to say I turned out okay because, or, I was spanked only just a little? I mean, I don't fucking know. I mean, I think.
Yeah. So I want to say two more things.
Yeah.
I want to say two more things. Null paradigm. Medical procedures that are designed to restore a body's functionality or a body's natural development is not a violation of the non-aggression principle. So circumcision is a violation of the non-aggression principle. There's no medical benefit. This is just male genital mutilation that we've accepted. It's wrong. It's evil. However, getting a surgery to fix a cleft palate is not a violation of the non-aggression principle. Cleft palate is a disease. Okay, this is not a natural progression of their body. It might be a natural progression of their body, but it comes from a medical condition that is making it more difficult to eat, that is making it more difficult to function, et cetera, et cetera. So this is an attempt at reconstructing their body so that their body develops naturally and healthily. Circumcision does not fit this. Getting a surgery on a cleft palate does. Nevertheless, is Liebowitz still here? No. Nevertheless, there are going to be areas that are gray areas, right? And so that's just the nature of law.
Well,
there is an objectively correct answer, but it's a correction of a deformity. Exactly. So that's number one. Number two, I will say this. I disagree with some of the peaceful parenting advocates in one very strict constraint, which is an immediate response to physical danger. I think it is okay to hit a child to prevent a worse danger. And I don't think it is psychologically damaging, insofar as I can tell, for that to be a pain response from the parent. So, for example, if your child is reaching for a hot stove and you slap the shit out of their hand, and then they cry and they're like, oh my God, why'd you do that? Be like, you almost burned your hand. This would have been really, really bad. I did this to save you. Or a child is running into traffic and you yoink the fuck out of them and like smack them. Maybe people can say, oh, you're taking your frustration out in anger and violence. I think that there is an argument to be made that a pain response in a structured way towards something that is life-threatening is the appropriate neurons to fire in the brain and to associate with the action that they did. Barring those very strict circumstances, I would say that it is probably almost certainly morally wrong to engage in corporal punishment and that there's very little benefits to it. But that being said, I would still say that the research is really bad because it mixes up it mixes up self-report surveys, and it mixes up parents that do it in a structured environment that is designed for mild humiliation and mild pain response because of a wrong that they did in a structured and loving way where they're still talking to their child versus someone that is losing control of themselves. Which is clearly severely traumatic.
Yeah. So that's definitely one of the more coherent
Slobazov, shut the fuck up. Like, really, dude? Do you ever come in here to say anything positive, or do you just fucking bitch about your shitty life and project onto everybody else? Yes, I got $5 in direct donations and $2 in fucking chat reviews, and I got 5 new members, which is $20. I'm sorry, I only made $30. Everyone is a broke boy. If you're so fucking concerned about it, go share the stream. And if you could maybe find someone on this planet that likes you that isn't a groiper, try and share it to them first. Continue.
No, go. I mean, I'll table the groiper thing because there's something funny I wanted
No, that
to
was
say,
just
but,
a chat. That was me to chat. Like, it's fine.
No, I know. Well, Nick Fuentes came out with a video about being honest about black people. It might be well, yeah, we have to go down that route right
I don't
now,
know that I can.
just,
I don't know that. Like, I had a small conversation about it. I'm worried about putting that on YouTube.
Yeah, well,
Especially because I do honest reactions, I might slip up and say something you're not supposed to.
The drunken peasants used to like restream him like years ago, and I would watch them, and I was like, they eventually stopped, and I was like, you guys are almost kind of exposing him to the rest of YouTube again by restreaming and reacting, and then they were doing it a lot. But I don't know. As far as the nap goes, I'm kind of an absolutist, kind of deontologist. I certainly think that there are times where physical restraint is perfectly fine. Grabbing your kid, yoinking them. The more coherent argument, like you were saying, where you might substitute pain when pain was inevitable. Obviously, you're running into traffic, you're about to touch a hot stove. That makes logical sense. I still don't think it's good to introduce kids to pain that you inflict on them. Personally, I'm kind of more of the go ahead and touch that stove and I'll watch. You know, I personally don't really
do that. Don't let your child burn themselves. That's permanent scarring. Hot stove on a children's skin. No. Don't say you're different. A hot stove on a children's hand, okay, is going to do far more damage. Stop that.
Okay, like searing. Okay, yeah.
Don't let your kid have permanent scars on their fucking hand because you're like, I'm an absolutist. Like, stop.
No. I guess I'm just sort of thinking about the times I've like brushed my elbow on a cooling down stovetop.
Yeah, that's different.
Like, ouch. Yeah, I guess if I press, if you're pressing your hand down, it's going to end much worse. Much worse.
Or if they're going to grab a handle of a boiling pot of water. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, and
you know what I mean? Like,
I've actually, oh yeah, and I've seen, sadly, even just like spilling ramen on yourself can be pretty fun. Yeah, I don't even, but yeah, so I get what you're saying. So I get it. I just don't believe you should ever inflict pain on your own children. To me, it's always been a little bit weird to bring something in the world. Certainly if you're an abusive parent, it's sickening because, why do that? Why bring something into the world that you're clearly bigger, clearly can abuse and choose to do so?
I'll be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you in a way that most parents aren't because they don't want to be honest about the situation. You're going to want to hit your kids. I don't care who you are. You're going to want to hit your kids.
No, and I totally understand because I have much younger.
You have to remove yourself.
So
you have to remove yourself from the. It's different. Siblings is not the same thing as having kids.
Totally different.
Hold on, let me clarify this. You know what I mean? Like, don't interrupt me on this, and then it just becomes this clippable moment. Fucking, you're gonna want to hit your kids. There's gonna be moments where they're screaming and screaming, and you don't know how to solve the problem, and you're frustrated, and it's going to be a thing. It just is, right? And so you have to remove yourself from the situation. Sometimes you have to learn to be like, nope, I need to take a moment. I need to walk away. I need to calm the fuck down, right? And I think those are the most dangerous moments when it comes to corporal punishment, right? I don't advocate for corporal punishment. I advocate against corporal punishment. I'm simply saying that there is a domain of immediate threats of danger where it is not only reasonable, it is not only like reasonable to do. I think it might be the right decision to inflict some level of physical pain in stopping that moment and stressing the immediacy, the urgency, and the danger of that situation. And the two examples I give are about to grab like a boiling pot of water off of the stove or about to run into traffic, right? Like, this isn't a sit down talk, hopefully they get it moment. This needs to be a fear response. This needs to be like oh shit, I almost died. Yeah, you almost fucking died. Okay? Don't ever do that. It's super important we look both ways. We have a parent with us when we cross the road. You don't touch a fucking boiling pot of water. You could be like, this could be the worst day of your life. That'll change your life forever, right? Like, those are moments where I do think it is appropriate to use not corporal punishment, because it's not a structured thing. It's an immediate pain response that is necessary in that moment.
Sure. So, as far as spanking goes, would you agree that it is another form of sexual child abuse? That there is
that's stupid.
You don't agree with that?
No, that's stupid.
Why?
Because you're just using the term sexual there is like completely out of connotation. I'm not getting rock hard spanking my child, right? Like there's no sexual element of this. Okay, just because it's their bare bottom doesn't make it sexual harassment or assault or anything. That's silly. I reject that totally and fully and completely.
So,
and would distrust somebody that tries to like argue that, to be honest.
Oh,
like,
really?
I'd be like, there's something subversive to that. To trying to use a word that you know doesn't appropriately fit the context so that it like gets more of a response out of the person or paints them in a worse light.
No. Well, I will just clarify. I have an extreme position on this. I'm not trying to be subversive or try to like, I'm just trying
you might
to
not be trying to be, but it is.
Well, no, I was just asking, do you agree with that line of thinking? Because I think Molyneux does.
I just completely disagree with it. I think it's absurd.
Okay.
I think it's using a word that is very emotionally charged to try and make an argument so that people have that feeling of how nasty and disgusting it is. But it's like if it's sexual, here's the problem. If it's sexual assault to spank my child, then am I a sexual abuser for bathing my children naked?
No.
For making sure they wash under their armpits? For making sure that they don't get soap in their eyes when I wash their hair? No, of course not. I'm not putting my kid in swimming trunks in the bathtub. There's nothing sexual about this, despite the fact that, yes, they are naked, and I'm there, and I'm alone with a naked child. Ooh, the horror. No, I'm bathing my kids. The kids are fucking, like, need to be bathed. Like, there's nothing sexual occurring there. It's
done excessively, though, don't you? I mean, the reason I mention it, at least bring up the idea, is because the counter you brought up with bathing your child young, it's a good point, but you wouldn't do that when they're 16, but you also wouldn't spank a child that's 16.
No.
So there comes a point where that's where I'm kind of like, well, if you wouldn't do it when they're 16, why would you do it to a 6-year-old?
Well, you wouldn't fucking bathe a 6-year-old either, or a 16-year-old either.
No, I know, but why?
In fact,
why is it okay
that was kind of the whole weird thing with Joe Biden taking showers with his daughter, right? It was like, exactly. How old was she? What? No, something's weird there.
Yeah, and to me, to me, I don't think if you spank your child once, that you're a predator, you're an abuser. I don't believe that your child's going to go become a sex criminal. But the data does show that kids that were, the most commonly spanked, well, not only do they grow up to be more aggressive, but they also see aggression as a solution to problems.
Yeah. So here's the problem.
The element there is associating pain with a sexual point in the body, and sadly, there are parents that do admit to spanking their children at even young teenage years, which. To me, that's touching up on
that's weird. That's creepy,
abuse.
Right? Like, obviously, if we go to the ends, you're going to find perverts, right? Like, the problem is. So I agree that it's bad to spank your kids for normal shit. I don't advocate for it. I want to make that very clear. What I do want to say, however, is the more you get into extreme spanking, the more there's a correlation here that is often ignored, which is the difference between a parent that is spanking a child because of a disciplinary action in a structured environment versus someone who beats their kids because they're angry or because they've lost control of their emotions. And without sufficient research, it's hard to know what's the more damaging element here. Is it the physical action itself and the embarrassment and shame that comes with that physical action? Right. And like the domineering aspect of that, or is it the fact that a parent isn't talking to you, isn't discussing right and wrong, and is instead going from normal to enraged in a short period of time and then beating you. And it's like, it's hard to, like, because you're going to see a correlation. You're also going to see a correlation with IQ, right? Severely spanked children have low IQ. And you're like, is it the spanking that causes the IQ problem? Or is it because low IQ parents don't know how to fucking talk to their kids and don't know how to parent effectively and don't know how to communicate? So they use rage and they use physical violence as a means of getting their children to obey. And so therefore their children have lower IQ because they have lower IQ, right? Like, and it's hard to tell to what degree one is the other. And again, the only way to do this experiment properly is extremely unethical. And that would be to force someone into a laboratory environment the entire time they're being raised, and to use a control group of children that aren't beat and a control group of children that are beat, and then a control group of children that are beat by enraged parents that lose control on their children. That would be insanely unethical, right? So we can't get perfect answers to these. I just challenge the concept of a lot of this correlational research showing spanking per se as the problem, when I don't see any evidence that it's good, and therefore I advocate against it. But there's also not sufficient evidence to say that just the act of popping a 5-year-old on the bottom when they did something really bad, and then when they're done crying, talking to them about it, is severely traumatizing. I think it's bad. I don't want to do it. I have sufficient evidence to believe that it's bad, but I don't have any real proof.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of my, I guess you could say, argument is that if it is somewhat of a domain of low IQ parenting, why defend that? You know, and with the beating of children,
I don't defend it. You know what I mean? I just the only times I defend it is an immediate threat or danger response to things that can severely damage or kill your children. That's the only time I defend it. Grabbing a pot of boiling water, stepping into traffic. Those are the only defenses I have for raising your hand towards children.
So, is it a point of evidence to where if peaceful parenting was proven absolutely just beneficial to children, does that allow you to concede that those exceptions? I mean, or is it? I guess I don't know what sort of evidence would we need to prove that almost in all scenarios you don't need to substitute pain, you know, as part of the punishment. Like, you don't even need to introduce violence or pain at all. You can simply just peacefully parent.
Yeah, no, I advocate that parents don't hit their children. That is what I advocate for. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying the data that it's like is often misconstrued and is poor. And again, I don't know how many times I'm going to repeat myself, but there are those special circumstances where I think the data suggests that it's likely non-harmful and potentially beneficial to hit your children in very extreme circumstances where you need to elicit a fear response and a pain response because it might save their life. But losing control. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'll look more into that, because I mean, I've been kind of obviously keeping my searching to the effect of spanking itself. You know, not necessarily.
You're not going to find any research on it. I've tried. There's no research on it. All you're going to find is if you begin to dig into research on cognitive psychology, memory formation, amygdala responses. Like, you're going to have to get I'm drawing this as a hypothesis. That's why everything I'm saying is potentially, because there is no research on only hitting your kids in extreme dangerous positions and whether or not that changes their risk aversion, right? Like there's no research on that. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I'm pulling this hypothesis out and saying there is a potential there, because it's unstudied one way or the other. And my intuition from my knowledge of neuropsychology or neuroscience, which is limited. You know, I was a psych major and went to grad school for counseling. And, you know, I took a undergrad and a graduate course in neuroscience. And I'm be honest with you, I think I took like 2 in undergrad, but most of them are about like the eyes and like how like how, and about vision and perception. And they're less about actual brain structures. You know, you learn a little bit about like the corpus callosum and like certain brain areas and how they respond. And cognitive psychology often, dips into discussions about the hypothalamus and the amygdala and the brainstem and, and how they work in memory formation and things like that. But this is purely hypothetical, right? Like this is not, yeah, sure, we can use hypothetical. This isn't me saying the research shows or indicates this in any way. I'm just saying it is my intuition, given my knowledge, my hypothesis, that it could potentially be beneficial. Likely not, likely just gray, like not having a significant impact negatively if you are restricting physical contact that is painful and fear responses in your children to only situations where they're engaging in behavior that could cause them imminent threat or danger or bodily harm.
Yeah, fair enough. I have just such an absolutist belief on this. I really don't want, I guess it's sort of my own fear, right? If I had a child and I spanked them out of my impulse, it would feel to me not only just a violation of the NAP, but it would feel to me that I've somehow weirdly chosen this oddly sexual punishment, and I just don't find that find that right. But I don't know, to me, when I see at least the data that I've seen, as far as I know, just doing it once doesn't send your kid down the path of becoming a sex criminal. But to me, I don't know, that I guess it's where my vibes and the feels come in, man. I just don't want to go down that route that other parents have gone down. I feel like I'm dipping in
I wouldn't suggest you spanking your kids
down their river.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest that. I will say this, though. Freud introduced a lot of biases towards deviancy and the concept of sexual portions of the body in psychology. And Freud, being the father of psychology, or at least the father of modern psychology, has had a significant impact. And I would say that there is far too much emphasis on like the buttocks as like this sexual place that, like you're going to find a ton of research supporting like bedwetting and serial killers. And like, there's a lot of like Freudian shit that is like really just needs to go away. But like, there's this intuition from a lot of psychologists that are weird motherfuckers to begin with. Let's be honest. In like this thing, I don't see sufficient research that actually indicates that there's anything sexual or any correlation from the concept of smacking a butt to like sex crimes or sexual deviancy as one ages. I do think that there's a correlation between bad parents and spanking, and there's a correlation between bad parents and trauma. And when you have trauma and bad parents, you're more likely to engage in deviancies. You're more likely to engage in, gaining, sexual imprinting, right? Sexual imprinting is a thing, so for example, most kinks and things like that. So men tend towards sexual imprinting, whereas women tend towards sexual promiscuity. So when men have like trauma at a young age, boys, right? It can change their sexual proclivities. And sometimes this is just like a foot fetish, right? Or like a mommy fetish. Maybe it turns them gay, but nobody wants to admit that one. And then sometimes it's paraphilic disorders, right? It's pedophilia, or it's, a desire, like turns them into rapists or things like that. Right. And so like, it wouldn't shock me to learn that like physical spanking, could in some way, shape or form inform a future paraphilic or, a disorder or a kink of some kind. The problem is that, is it the spanking, or is the spanking just an element? More likely it's the trauma, and it's the bad parents, and it's the mixed signals in a home that like develop personality issues and things like that. And I would say it's far less, there's too much obsession with like specific organs and presumably sexual portions of the body in psychology, than actually focusing on what is likely the root cause, which is, the spanking may play an element in informing the type of thing, but really the problem is the trauma, right? The problem is that you have a parent that doesn't listen to their kids, that, takes out their rage on their children, that gives them constant mixed messages where like one day something isn't a big deal and then the next day their parent flies off the handle. You know, like it's those things, the instability, the trauma, the poor communication. Those are the things that are really causing a lot of these problems, not the physical act of spanking, though I don't think the physical act of spanking does anybody any favors, and therefore I'm against it because it might just be the cherry on top. It might just be like the straw that broke the camel's back, and so I would never advocate for it, except for those extreme circumstances I talked about. And again, that would be like swatting a hand, right? Like that wouldn't be like pulling their pants down at a later date. That would be like, this is an immediate response to an immediate problem.
That's the thing is the data, at least on that, as far as people in prison that are in prison that have histories of violent sexual crimes, rape, not just like simple sexual assault, but actual, like repeated violent sexual acts. That is where I think the data does show that. Well, I'll back up a second. It is difficult to differentiate general abuse from spanking because usually, right? Part of the abuse is
degree,
exactly. So to isolate the act of spanking itself, because usually when they're getting spanked, they may get punched or there may be a belt. Those elements, though, people who report getting spanked bare bottomed, who have a belt involved, 1,000%, those people are overrepresented in you could say is in prison for like rape and sexual crimes. But it's like obviously if you're belt whipping your kid in the ass,
you're a shitty parent and an aggressive person. Yeah.
Yeah,
well, it's like
and you're
the classic
getting the belts out. Like, of course, your kid's gonna grow up to be like a biker rapist. Like,
there's
what the fuck? Yeah,
I know it's very Reddit energy to say causation does not cause correlation is not causation. But like one of these like typical things is did you know that there's a very strong correlation? And by strong correlation, we mean like a value over 0.5, right? Over 50% correlation between age of the average age of a person living in a county and the percentage of palm trees in the county.
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah, because old people like to live in fucking warmer climates, and because palm trees are usually in areas where living is more expensive and you gain more money as you get older. But you could make the argument, if you were trying to talk about just correlations, that palm trees cause people to grow older. That if you plant a palm tree in your backyard, you'll get older. Well, it's like, well, no.
The more,
But that's what happens when you try and start drawing causational claims from correlational data. It's like, you don't know that. We need to understand the mechanism, right? We need a strong correlation. Then we need to isolate for other variables, and we need to see that when we isolate for other variables, the correlation keeps rising, right? So that means every variable we take out of the equation, it becomes, causal. Very rarely in social sciences is anything univariate as well. And that's a problem as well, right? Have you ever looked into ACEs? ACE?
AC, no.
So there's this thing called ACEs, which are adverse childhood events, right?
Oh, those okay, that kind, yes.
Yeah, and so what you can find is there's an incredibly strong correlation between your ACE score and certain outcomes such as prison, drug addiction, overdose, etc., violent crime, yada, yada. But there's not really a strong correlation with any of the things on that list, right? And so that list is like, you had a parent die by suicide, you had a parent go into prison, you saw a dead body, you grew up in a high crime area. I think being beaten is one of them. Being physically neglected is one of them. Like there's this list of shit. And if you have an ACE score of like 1, statistically speaking, you're healthier than the average person. But if you have an ACE score of like 4, you're like 1,200% more likely to die of a heroin overdose. Right. And so it shows that like oftentimes in isolation, these things aren't that damaging. But when you group them together, they become confounding variables and they feed off of each other and they become more damaging. Or it shows that there is another thing there that is being showcased the more of these things you have together. For example, a really bad parent with poor communication skills that traumatizes their children, right? It's like if you have neglect, maybe that's not there. But if you have neglect and a parent in prison and you were beat and you were this and you were that, and you add up all these bad things, all of a sudden it's very, very likely that you had an abusive, traumatizing parent, right? And so it's like, I don't want to confuse the correlation with the mechanism. And so I don't know necessarily that spanking per se is all that damaging. But I see other than those domains, I see no benefit to it. And therefore, I'm perfectly fine with advocating against it.
Sorry, I was muted. Good. Pretty much would agree with that summary. As far as I know I've kind of asked you a little bit about ANCAP and national defense. I know, the new Pentagon budget's going to go up. Big surprise, shock, shock. As far as how it's so, like you said, difficult. It's so hard to comprehend how you talk a society, into weaning off of, because obviously libertarians will tell you that's kind of the duty of the state itself to protect property with the monopoly on violence. I find
fake libertarians, but sure. I mean, insofar as it exists.
Yeah, and the
what's the question?
I guess the question is, I've been trying to write up some of the stuff in my policy library that kind of summarizes views on economics, views on and I'm stuck here on the defense and what I call the kind of transitionary phase of literally moving that society, going full Malay. You start privatizing this element of national defense. Now, obviously, there's military realists who will tell you can't really do that in 2025, and I would agree. You can't just decommission the military. Russia would take over, and there's just so many other powerful militaries out there that would just how do we to some extent is this sort of like a internationalist movement? How do we keep ANCAP?
You can do it. There's a path to doing it localized in your one nation. There's a perfectly reasonable path, right? So here's what you do. You start with a local police force. So the first thing you do is you fight for deregulation of security forces. Go ahead.
But you're taking a full bottom up approach. You're not taking the common turn. You don't need to make this an internationalist globalist movement. You think this really can be done from communities.
Try both. You know what I mean? I just think you're more likely to find success locally, right? So because if 1% of the population, let's assume 1% of the population is truly libertarian, or libertarian leaning enough for all intents and purposes, right? Well, 1% of the population isn't doing much to change the global order of things, right? Like because there's still 99% of people disagree with you. But 1% of 8 billion is still 80 million people, which is bigger than the UK, right? Like that's still a large European country of libertarians. All and they're only representative of 1% of the population, but that's you know what I mean? Like that's huge. Right? So what I would say is if you want to do it in your country nationally, there's kind of like two ways to do it. Either you have a situation like Prospera or something like that where you find some legal loophole to carve out an area and you slowly make that area more and more libertarian. Or New Hampshire, for example. So let's say New Hampshire gets sufficiently libertarian enough where they get to a position where they deregulate and they fight for deregulation of like what security forces are allowed to do, right? Make sure the security forces are allowed to respond with guns, make sure that security forces are allowed to use public roadways so that they can maintain a large jurisdiction as opposed to just private property. Like they can move from one private property place to another in their security forces, make it to where they can legally chase someone down, right? If someone commits a crime, they're allowed to, chase them and kidnap them and then hand them over to the state's police, right? So you do that first. Then you negotiate and you go, look, our small town wants a private company because a private company is bidding to handle the policing. We're going to maintain the state police. We're going to maintain the FBI. We're going to maintain all this shit. Okay. And so what happens is they are able to compete with several other companies and they're financially liable in a way that the state isn't. Right. So we're going to pay you like we would pay a local police department out of the budget, but we're going to pay you in a way that if you violate someone's rights, you're financially responsible for that violation of rights. Okay, well, what do you find is you're going to find companies that are hyper efficient at not violating rights and are going to be sufficiently efficient at, protecting people's, rights, as a security force, taking the place of a local police department. Okay, that game runs, then you have more people adopt it, then maybe all of a sudden the state of New Hampshire goes, do we really need the New Hampshire State Police, or can we also use a private company to do this? Simultaneously, you're going to, with that deregulation, that you prop up more private military contracting, and you allow PMCs to engage in activities that the military previously engaged in. So, for example, a PMC that, is, selling solutions like those spraying situations when people would go around the Cape of Africa and the Somalian pirates were such an issue. And then you had private companies come out and be like, oh, we've got this self-defense system that stops Somalian pirates. And it works pretty well now, actually. Over time, you can just replace your current policing and military structure with private companies that are bidding for the state's contract. And you can have a minimal government that is gaining more and more minimalcy, if you will. And you can eventually get to the position where you have several companies competing for national defense and war contracts that are more efficient than other nations' militaries. And if we get to the point where we eventually abolish the state, these companies will still exist. And so now we have 1,000 Liechtensteins, and now there's a genuine threat of like a Russia or Chinese or, Israeli or, Mexican invasion, right? And so these companies will be available on retainer to protect borders. So you live in a border area and you pay insurance along with a bunch of other people. A retainer fee of like, I pay $50 a month and other companies pay this a month and this town pays, 10 grand a month or whatever. And these fees will be used so that in the event of an invasion, this, BlackRock or, whatever fucking company shows up and fights these people. And so now you have a standing army that is paid with subscription services to protect towns that don't have the ability to fight wars on their own. But they do have the ability collectively with a bunch of other small towns to pay a small fee that in the event of an invasion, they can protect themselves. I'm not saying that this is the future, but this is one pathway that, let's say, America could take where every other nation could maintain its statist belief systems and structures whilst we get more and more economically efficient and prosper more and more economically and have more and more resources available to us because of the lack of inefficiencies of socialism, to where we have a better and superior self-defense system that is cheaper, that can fight wars, even though it's really just a company fighting wars on behalf of one small town. That's where the Chinese thought they were going to invade. Guess what? Here come the fucking helicopters. Here come the aircraft carriers. Here come the fucking private corporation filling out its contract.
Yeah, I totally agree. The real sentimental, I think, issue, and because speaking of overlap, a lot of the people that fall into an agreement with these sort of privatization arguments might be on the right, but you're a veteran. A lot of veterans, as you know, have a strong affinity. They love America, right? I mean, it's not that they're statists; they just love America. They love the history, they love the story, they love, the whole. We're about to turn 250 years old.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, that's why I sort of feel like it to somewhat be a globalist. I hate to say that term for lack of a better one. It sort of requires people to sort of transcend national identity, because
do you know what a lot of
nationalism-
infantrymen do?
Like when they're in
Infantrymen
the
and
army?
medics. When I got out of the army, because and I put that I was a 68 whiskey, which is a healthcare specialist, but also combat medic on like my LinkedIn profile, I got dozens of emails in LinkedIn.
Oh yeah.
From people saying, we'll pay you 80 grand a year right now if you go do private security in Iraq. Like a lot of these veterans with combat experience would be more than happy to get paid 6 figures to go work for a private military contractor. They already do it. Now you have a lot of veterans that worked bullshit jobs. I was a pogue, but like you couldn't tell that just from 68 whiskey, right? Pogue means people other than grunt. I was a pogue, but like you wouldn't know that if you just saw 68 whiskey. You'd see combat medic, be like, oh, this is a perfect guy. A lot of people that do the actual fighting, right, that are in the military, they get if they only do like if they do like a couple tours and then get out, they go work for private military contractors that are usually doing security overseas for like when a senator shows up and like they're there to meet somebody, right? Then you have a private military contractor that is engaged with them. So like I would say that the transition to private military contractors for veterans is a fucking simple one. They're already doing it. It's just a matter of growth.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, there's a lot of veterans, right, that worked in dental and worked in HR and worked as a fucking, quartermaster and worked a lot of jobs that could be done by civilians. And they often hang on to their patriotism. And you see them out there like, I was a veteran. I'm a Billy Badass. And that's why I think these weapons of war shouldn't be in the hands of everyday civilians, right? Like there's a lot of fucking pogues out there. The majority of veterans are pogues. Okay. But the ones that like go and fight in war, a lot of them become disillusioned with the idea of America and become libertarians. The highest percentage of libertarian vote is in the armed forces.
Yeah.
Of any demographic group. It's not funny because you get there and you see the inefficiency of government and you see how retarded government is. And then you see your buddies get fucking blown up to fight somebody else's fucking war. And then all of a sudden you get real fucking libertarian once you see your friend die and you realize he died for fucking nothing. Sorry, I got emotional. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like that's I don't want to say that's not an argument because it is an argument. It's just I don't think it engages with reality. I think most veterans that did real shit, that like did route clearance and shit, would be more than happy to transition over to a private military contractor.
Well, certainly what you said makes sense more so recently. I mean, and I agree. I have a couple of friends in the military, and thankfully a lot of our, hot activity in the Middle East is kind of winded down now. But yeah, I totally couldn't agree with you more. I think certainly what our government has done and what our military has become has made that easier. I don't know. I mean, we may just have to wait a little bit longer because you can't get that out of Vietnam vets. You're certainly not going to get that out of like Desert Storm vets.
Well, yeah, they're too old now. Fucking.
Well, just the older vets. They like America. They actually like the country, and
that's not.
You could get them all sold on ANCAP, but they would. Good luck getting them off their veterans benefits and transitioning that stuff over to to a charity system. I mean, those people.
Yeah,
when
sure.
you talk about entitlement, those people feel entitled as fuck.
I mean, we're talking about. I mean, sure, maybe I don't. It doesn't concern me, right? Like we're talking about what is likely 100, 200 year process. Number one, all of the people that are around today are going to be dead before America's ANCAP, most likely. And so, I mean, that isn't to say we couldn't get a Malay. You know what I mean? Like stranger things have happened. You know. But yeah, so it's just like it's not something I'm particularly worried about because of that. And like who knows what the culture will be like in the future. But yeah, a lot of them love America. A lot of them, I mean, like you get three types of people in the military. You get people that are smart, fucked up in some way, and they're there for the GI Bill. You get people that were going down a real fucked up path in their life, so they join the military to fix their life, to gain structure, to gain control and order, and then became career people. And then you get like Iowa corn-fed boys that are like, fucking America. Oh, fucking there's nothing better in this world than the Star-Spangled Banner, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, so those dudes probably aren't going to advocate for the deconstruction of the entire military and like, you know, a completely private place or whatever. But again, there's nothing unpatriotic about it anarcho-capitalism. I would argue the exact opposite. I would say that we're more patriotic than any fucking Republican could ever be. I love this land. I love this people. I love my rights. Something that Republicans love to constantly violate and try and control while they fight fucking wars for the CIA and corporations and, you know, other countries. Like, fuck those people. Those people aren't patriotic. And I don't think it's going to take that much to change those opinions if we did have a culture shift where ANCAP was coming close to a reality anyways.
So what would have you spoken much about like political identity, politics of identity in an ANCAP society? Is there have you spoken? I mean, like,
what do you mean?
I'm not trying to bridge it into, it's difficult because you love the country. I mean, you would still feel American. But if we had like say we had an ANCAP society tomorrow, what would that, you know, I mean, we wouldn't have.
We have an ANCAP society today.
Well, your perfect vision of an ANCAP society. I mean, imagine we had your ideal.
I mean, sure, but like we have them right now. They're here in America. They're called the Amish.
True.
The Amish live 100% according to ANCAP principles. The only difference is that they're fucking pacifists. So, like, you know, there's that, but that's not against ANCAP.
Right, but I mean, I guess I'm trying to like propose an extreme. Like, if we had like the perfect ANCAP situation, the issue of identity politics, where does that fit? I mean, how do we? Because you have extreme.
I don't fucking know, man. You know,
just,
I don't fucking know. You know, like I would imagine if we had if I press the button tomorrow and there's ancapistans everywhere, right? You're gonna have a lot of different people with competing philosophies on how the world ought to be structured, right? But they wouldn't have the power over other people that disagree with them. They'd coalesce into communities with similar ideas, similar identities, similar values, and then, you know, some would succeed and some would fail. Some would try to be warlords and others would have to fight them. And, you know, like the world moves on. It's not, there's no utopia, but I mean, yeah, there'd be conflicting ideologies and conflicting identities. And I'm okay with that. That's beautiful. Like, you know what I mean? Like true multiculturalism allows for small communities to be culturally homogenous. The greatest lie of multiculturalism is this idea that if we mix all of the cultures together, that like we live in a multicultural society because we have Indian restaurants. Like, no, we live in a fucking hodgepodge of people forcing other people to live by their values via popular vote. Like, no, like let there be a fucking Indian community somewhere. And, you know, I might order takeout if they're known to be clean, but probably won't drive through there because it fucking stinks.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, I have my
Or I
got my
will,
degree in
but not with the
political
windows
science,
down.
So I got my degree in political science, so I tend to think in that political strategy framework of how do you appeal to certain political audiences, demographics. I know I've been on here for a minute. I mean, we could talk about. I know I wanted to ask you about the census, but I mean that's kind of going another direction.
I'm getting tired too. I gotta eat. That's what I've realized.
Yeah,
I've used a lot of brain power, and I got to get some food in me. Ever since I've changed my diet to a much healthier diet, and like my diet is pretty low carb, which has led me towards fasting, like accidentally. And then all of a sudden I get to this point, I'm like, oh, I'm getting a headache. Oh, I'm hungry. Like, oh, fuck. I haven't eaten since like 6 p.m. yesterday. Shit.
Fair enough. I guess all I'm trying to, really point at is I'm constantly balancing, between these appeals between the left and the right, and as much as we try to be neutral in the center or apolitical, I'm constantly trying to write up my kind of policy library so that it appeals to that broad audience. And from that political strategy perspective, I like ANCAP because it has these natural sort of appeals that can, appeal to the left, appeal to the right. And then you come to that national defense wall, and then you're like, ooh, yeah. See, I have no problem, abolishing the police, abolishing military. You can sell that to the Antifa left, no issue. But selling that to like a boomer veteran,
well, see, the problem, the problem
my
is,
tongue,
like,
I'm like, ugh.
It's like one of those things that kind of doesn't matter. It sounds like it matters a lot, but it really doesn't matter. And here's why. You have to recognize that that's the last domino to fall. And you ever see that video of that old guy that has like the little domino and then like the bigger domino and then the bigger domino and then the bigger domino, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, sorry. It was
You right. So like
I was
it's like
writing notes. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like national defense is that last giant domino. And it's like if you try and push that domino over, you have to like push really fucking hard, and it's bigger than you and it's taller than you and it weighs a ton, right? It's really more along the lines of getting the ball rolling with the smaller dominoes. And then by the time, like if we lived in a minarchist state where the government utilized equal parts private military contractors and equal parts standing army, and the only tax it ever used was like a property tax, right? And it was basically, and never printed money. And like the property tax was like a 5% property tax, right? So if you're a wagee, you don't pay any taxes. And if you're a homeowner or a landlord, you pay 5% on your property. And that was enough to like fund the military. We got rid of Social Security, and we had mutual aid societies that were, that men voluntarily joined to like protect their families, and women were predominantly stay-at-home workers, but there were some women that were badasses that were doing crazy shit, right? Because we didn't stop their rights. We just got rid of the systems that fucked up our natural tendencies, right? And so like men were hopeful, and they could build and they could make businesses, and basically everything was handled through insurance companies and private contracts, and local police departments were predominantly either a private security and they didn't have a police department or a tax budget, or there was like a mayor that took a small tax, and communities were relatively voluntary, and, people isolated based off of their identities in different places. But we had like this minarchist state that was still there for national defense and still there for like when arbitrating firms couldn't come to an agreement, we had a Supreme Court, right? We had this very, very, very minimal state. The culture of that place is so astronomically different than the world that we live in currently, and the ease of which we could convince people, why do we even need this 5% property tax, and why do we even need this standing military when we already have like agreements with PMCs and shit? Like, just let that last domino fall. But if you try and start there in conversations with people, you're going to hit that wall. You're going to hit that giant domino. And so when I would talk to people about national defense, I'm usually just like, dude, look. I get it. You're not going to replace the military tomorrow. You think what I'm saying is crazy. Can I just get one? Can we just deregulate fucking private security so that like when people go into a Target and try and steal all the shit in a Target, the security guard's allowed to tackle a motherfucker and give him to the cops. So we don't let random hordes of people come in and steal shit at Target so we can have cheaper shit at Target. Can I get that? And they're like, yeah, that's super fucking reasonable. And then when I get that, I'm going to be like, hey man, this shit's working pretty good. Why don't we try and do it with our local police department? Because it's a lot cheaper and it's more efficient. And they're financially responsible if they violate your rights. And like the fucking BLM people are like, so if somebody kills a black guy randomly, we can sue them and we can actually win the court case and we can make sure that those people go to jail and that they don't have qualified immunity and all that. Sign me up. And the right-wing people go, so this company is completely unconcerned and not going to work with the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and they're not here to fucking take away my guns, and they're not going to fuck around on like dumb shit, and they're just going to leave me alone and make sure that they get the looters out of here. Yeah, let me do that. It's like one domino at a time.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I've tended to be a little antagonistic in the past, and I've just gone straight to the whole, well, this is the military is a socialist institution kind of lowball argument. But no, I definitely see what you're saying. I have no idea where Scott went, but yeah, I'll throw that into.
Yeah, I've got wireless headphones.
No.
I'm always listening.
Oh, you're good.
Someone in chat said, what's
Oh,
your
you're good.
excuse for not owning an Instapot? And I just wanted to say, because I own a Faberware and it's slightly cheaper, and I usually use it for making curry. Make chicken curry. I don't get to eat the rice because I'm allergic to fucking rice. Or not allergic, but it triggers my autoimmune disorder. But I just eat it. I take like chicken thigh. I'm also allergic to allium, so I have to make my own curry. But you know, throw that in there. Throw some chicken. Cut some chicken thighs. Throw some chicken thighs in there. Put a little scoop of beef tallow in there. Wrap up some bay leaves and some cheesecloth. Throw that in there, and then throw in like cumin and fennel, ground fennel seed and salt and star anise and like a dash of cinnamon and red pepper and a bunch of that stuff, and let that cook for a couple hours, and then open up a can of coconut milk and then pour out some of the watery bits of the coconut milk and put in the thick shit so I don't have to put xanthan gum in, and stir that up, and then put some cellophane over the pot and let it sit for about an hour, and now I have a nice thick chicken curry. So that's what I usually use it for, because that's the easiest recipe. Sometimes I make a pot roast or something, but then I have to use xanthan gum.
Nice. Well, I've never made curry, so it sounds like you definitely have that recipe figured out. Yeah, I'm not too much of a chef, but well, thanks for the chat. I'm gonna get back to the whole writing and stuff, but it was good conversation. But yeah, I'll let you get back to it. And
well, by get back to it, it's 4 hours and I'm getting hungry. So by get back to it, it means I'm going to go eat. Get out of here.
Yeah,
please.
I mean, by go eat. But yeah. So
all right,
cool.
brother. Anytime.
See you later.
Just DM me and schedule something. If and this goes to anybody in the audience too. Like if you want to just have a chat and you want to ask questions, I like AMA type shit. Just DM me and we'll like set up a time if the time is available. Peace.
Oh yeah, and don't spank your kids. And also
don't spank your kids. Next stream when I'm busy next week, so I would like to know in advance for my schedule. I don't know what I have available next week. Just DM me. Like I don't want to do it like over stream. I'll forget. It won't get written down. I need to like check my DMs and be like, oh yeah, I do have that thing Tuesday. Thank you guys for coming. It was we'll see. Seems like Saturday streams. Fucking Drail right at the end. Drail, I want to let you know. Okay. I'm hopping out of the stream. I appreciate it. I want to let you know that I did get 5 new members, and I did get Peacecraft tipped me like $6, I think. So I did get $26 out of that domain, but I appreciate you, man. You don't have to, don't work overtime to fund me, but I appreciate it. It was a great stream. If you missed it, Drail, check out the whole interview and discussion with Michael Liebowitz. Looks like we'll probably do some more in the future. That was a really fun conversation. And he's like, yeah, and maybe we'll do some more on like IP and argumentation ethics, objectivist epistemology, things like that. So if you're in for a nerdy time, probably it will be like midday on the weekends again too, because that seems to be when he's available, and when we're both available. But I appreciate it. Don't spank your kids and don't pay your taxes. I'm not going to tell anybody not to pay their taxes. Okay. Like, I'm not an advocate of agorism on this channel as much as I think I might say based if I hear that you don't pay your taxes, but I'm not going to say that if you end up in jail because of tax evasion. So, be careful, boys. Some actions are just stupid and don't actually help the movement. But nevertheless, I appreciate you guys. I don't know if I'm doing Primecast tomorrow or not. I quit the last panel because he muted me like twice and was being kind of bitchy about it. So I was just like, all right, I'm out. Like, this isn't worth my time if I'm going to be muted a bunch. So I don't know. He might DM me and we might like hash it out, or he might be like, nah, fuck that. If not, I'll probably do a reaction tomorrow, or Tuesday. We'll see. Well, probably tomorrow. What do I have? I've got some stuff in here that I really wanted to go over. Where is it at? Make sure you join the Discord. That's where the go live notifications always go out. Appreciate all the support that you guys give. Like, share, subscribe. Also, if you found something interesting, funny, or something you think would make a good YouTube short, please, for the love of God, nobody does this. You guys are all talking about support me, but nobody does this, okay? Just click the scissors button and make a clip of that time and post it in the Discord in stream clips, and I'll turn them into YouTube shorts, okay? And that actually really helps the channel because it gets me little clips, and instead of me having to go through and try and find a funny moment. Like, if you find one, make a clip of Scott saying he hits kids. Oh my God. And then I can make YouTube shorts, and it goes out to more people to grow the community, get more people in here. And I appreciate you guys. Peace.